kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, and even replacement windows and doors. Have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. Hi, I'm Todd Cicchini. You know, my dad started making that pledge on the radio when I was no more than 12 years old. He's taught me all my working life that what we do is not rocket science. Our success simply comes from treating people as we'd like to be treated. And this is Dan Cicchini. Todd's totally correct. We know that you want a quality job at a fair price. You want good service.
Okay, that camera's so good. You must not have moved that a bit.
And you simply want to want to. And Dad, I know that's why we...
Hey, sorry, I didn't have internet up at the cabin. And then when I got back, I was working in my car. Hey, I know you're afraid to lose. Come on. Hey, I put that chair there, Doc, just so no one walks through there with the cords, because you needed the camera.
Complimentary VIP valet pickup and delivery from Land Rover.
Quite a weekend? Yeah.
Leave you alone, perform necessary services, and return it to you, along with the peace of mind that our team is taking the necessary precautions to protect you and your family. No appointment necessary. Same-day service is available in Littleton or at LandRoverDenver.com. Land Rover Denver, above and beyond. A color.
They don't have a case yet up in Gilpin County.
At all times or locations, subject to state and federal restrictions.
Over a quarter of college grads move back. Seriously? Half of Americans over the age of 65 will remarry. Seriously? Seriously. 1 in 5 people will have to provide care for aging parents.
And we're up, Ken, just let you know.
3/4 of us will receive an inheritance.
Seriously?
If you didn't plan for it, you're not planning. From here forward, Edelman Financial Engines. Call 888-PLAN-RISK to get started.
Hi, this is David Nestor, owner of Urban Lights, Colorado's largest lighting showroom, where you get the guaranteed lowest prices on your favorite lighting designs, like Great Looks from Kichler Lighting. See Kichler and other great brands to see the difference a lighting makeover can do for your space. Visit us at urbanlightsdenver.com.
This is Dan Kaplis. You were probably raised by your folks the same way my mom and dad raised us. We were taught to fight the good fight, to stand up for what's right, and to do well by doing good. For me, it's fighting against giant insurance companies on behalf of good people who've had their lives turned upside down by a very serious injury or the wrongful death of a loved one. My firm accepts righteous cases on a percentage fee basis. If I can be of service to you, please feel free to call me at 303-770-5555.
Does ICS, that investigator company, no longer on patrol? I was looking for him. Someone asked about a private investigator. It was ICS, and I don't see him.
Premier food and drink show Saturdays starting at 6 p.m. right here on KHOW. And don't forget, past shows can be heard on themoderneater.com.
This report is sponsored by Upwork, when you need in-demand talent on demand.
Beautiful spring weather across the Front Range for the next couple of days with a high of 71 both today and tomorrow. Morning lows close to 40. I'm meteorologist Brooks Garner, Fox 31, Floyd Weather.
Upwork has the world's largest network of proven independent professionals, and I have an alphabetical list of them. Accountants, administrative assistants, animators, architects. You get the point. When you need in-demand talent on demand, Upwork is how.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Ross Kaminsky now. Tom Martino at 10, 6:30, KHOW, Denver.
ABC News, I'm Trevor Holt. New York City Hospital is seeing an alarming number of COVID-19 patients, and officials are warning that the worst is likely coming this week. ABC's Tom Young is talking to the Assistant VP for Nursing at Maimonides Medical Center in Brooklyn, Rivka Mintz.
What has been the single hardest moment for you so far in the past few weeks?
I think I see a lot of people that I know in the hospital, so it really hit home that this is really happening. It seems like it's a bad dream almost. Like every day I wake up, I'm like, is this nightmare going to end?
It's not necessarily to protect you, it's to protect other people in case you're carrying the virus and don't know it. Some general guidelines from ABC Chief Medical Correspondent Dr. Jennifer Ashton.
Your nose has to be covered. So whether you're using a bandana or you make your own,
wear a mask.
it does have to
Just because you don't know if you
over
got
your
it.
nose and your mouth.
Spain and Italy both reporting a drop in infection rates, a sign health officials say that the lockdowns are working. This is ABC News. The coronavirus forcing a very different kind of Passover in Israel.
Passover here in Israel usually brings together 3 generations of a family, but not this year. Israel's prime minister is set to announce a nationwide lockdown for the Passover holiday, which begins Wednesday.
ABC's Jordana Miller in Jerusalem says that means the police and the military put on the streets to stop travel.
Did you see a tiger at the Bronx Zoo tested positive?
No celebrations among golf fans this year's British.
So that means it's going from human back to animal.
Based on the spread of the coronavirus.
That probably means that,
Canceled since
what do you call it? It's gonna,
Pope Francis
when it
today setting
mutates,
aside
it's gonna
$700
mutate.
Well, no, now the keepers
Catholic
had it and gave it to the tiger.
Right, that's what I'm saying, it's going to, then it's probably gonna mutate then, right?
John
Maybe.
reportedly in good spirits after spending the night in the hospital.
Well, the tiger's isolated, it won't.
Tested positive last month for
Right,
COVID-19.
right. How do they know the tiger had it?
Do you know?
They tested it. The tiger was having symptoms of coughing, and so they tested it, it proved positive. Just like they test you and me.
But they are, it's cough, the tiger was coughing.
You're on a mission to give people like you fair and square Medigap rates. Health IQ is the only insurance agency that rewards
Because other tigers and lions at the zoo have also become sick. So remember they said about the dog and stuff?
Oh, yeah.
They said that was probably not gonna happen, so it is gonna happen.
It can get to be transmitted effects.
Things that impact
Travel.
If so,
But this is,
Every virus.
right. But they were saying that pets have, I don't remember when it first came out, they said that, but they said no.
Pets won't be affected.
Right. And now with that, people are gonna not allow pets to go.
Well, I certainly wouldn't let my pet lick my face.
Health
Yeah.
IQ is an agency offering plans.
Many people do. I don't like licking, but many people do.
Counties or cases.
KRFX HD2
But how would the
Denver.
tiger have gotten it?
From the keeper.
I know, but what was he doing with the tiger?
Or probably was feeding it and breathed into the tiger's face.
The latest numbers show that
That close?
26,000 people.
Yeah, when they get pretty close to the tiger.
Really?
When they feed them, yeah.
Okay.
140
In the water.
Governor Bullis will address the state tonight. That happens at 6:30. Colorado Senator Cory Gardner believes the coming days will be crucial in the battle against coronavirus. He talked with our partners at Fox 31.
We know this week has been particularly of concern. People like the Surgeon General talking about its impact possibly.
Gardner says people can't just go about their daily lives as they normally would. He's also urging people to take this very seriously. Select roads in Denver are being shut down to through traffic amid the coronavirus outbreak. Those include East 11th Avenue in the Cap Hill neighborhood and East
I
16th
transferred
Avenue.
$1,000 to my
Restricted City Park
bank account
A couple roads in the Sloan Lake
Or-
neighborhood also
from
impacted.
that poker
The city
site.
says the changes
Oh, okay.
I bought it in for $600. I put I took out $1,000. I still have 900 left to play with.
Now, impact traffic.
There's a couple of cone zones to watch out for when you drive across town. Westbound I-70 approaching Central Park, the two left lanes are blocked off for some road work. Watch out for backups to
Hey,
change.
Seth.
Both directions of the turnpike, the left lanes are coned off between Federal and Pecos. CDOT trying to do some road work on the roadways with lighter traffic. Log on to denverzoo.org for the kids for a virtual safari, view the baby rhino cam, and much more. And 211 has been activated in Colorado. For Coloradans' question for the coronavirus. The weather forecast, it's going to be sunny and nice today with a high of 73. Right now, a few clouds and 51. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 KHOW.
Sponsored by Discover. We treat you like you treat you. Get your free credit scorecard today, even if you're not a Discover customer. It includes your FICO credit score. And checking your scorecard won't hurt your credit. Learn more at discover.com/credit scorecard. Limitations apply.
Don't miss out on some of the all-time lowest interest rates. You can still buy or refi with Ideal Home Loans. Safely, remotely, secure, locally owned and covered. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, and I don't take my recommendations lightly. Brent Ivinson started Ideal just about 20 years ago, and he's more committed than ever to doing loans at the lowest rates.
So Tom, do you do kids every other weekend? Or every third?
As a direct mortgage lender, he has a streamlined process that can be
Yeah, it's looking better already, the light
and on the phone.
on
Get
that.
started today.
Sit down.
303-867-7000 for
No,
Ideal
sorry.
Home Loans.
Yeah, that's good.
Brent urges you to shop for your loan. He simply wants a shot at your business because he knows he can make you a better deal.
I had a change in my car, the tire rocks.
You change it yourself?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, so you lift your car up?
Jack.
Oh, Mr. Jack, you don't have. Wow.
But the nuts were on, they're so tight, they must, when they, so tie rod and stuff to adjust for alignment, they must heat up the nut. Because I couldn't get it off and I had to cut it. To grind it. I said, what the hell if I have to, if I don't get it working?
Wow.
I'm gonna get it put back on. I got the one and I got to do it.
Want to bring it somewhere? No,
I'll bring it in to get aligned.
okay.
Is the
Because you don't want to show people who to show.
It's so far away.
Yeah. Well, there's one right on everything, I-25.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Here to help you solve problems, answer questions, and take complaints. And we're going to, without further ado, go straight to, in a couple minutes, as soon as he comes on, so we're in a phone call, we will go to
Got him.
Colorado. Oh, we have him right now? All right, we'll bring
I'm here, Tom.
All right, Colorado Attorney General Phil Weiser, and by the way, he was elected into office last year in January, and attorneys around the country, attorneys general, they are the legal officer for the states, and they represent the people of the state of Colorado, and they represent them in all wide range of legal issues. They also are charged with protecting consumers, and boy, if that office wasn't busy before, it sure is now. And we're going to talk first, I want to talk about a few things about the legalities. The Attorney General keeps the state on legal track. So the first thing I want to talk about are consumer scams and stuff. They have a special website at the Attorney General's office, and it's COAG, which is ColoradoAttorneyGeneral.gov, COAG.gov, and then /coronavirus with consumer alerts. So what are you finding, sir, on the coronavirus front when it comes to consumer scams?
So, Tom, first I got to say, you are the consumer watchdog extraordinaire and an inspiration. I thank you for all the work you've been doing. We're in this together. And the first thing we're finding, which you know well, is that consumers are often vulnerable when they're not vigilant and when they're not informed. And so my overall message is to echo what you keep doing, which is inform consumers about what's happening. And the flip side is also our work, which I know you do as well, which is holding those bad actors accountable. And those two, of course, go together. There are bad actors out there who know that when there's a crisis and people are afraid, people are vulnerable, and you can take advantage of them. And there's so many different ways they're going to take advantage of you on so many different mediums. And I think the overall theme is, if you see something that's a cure that's marketed out there, it's a scam.
Right.
If someone's telling you they're going to help you get your refund check, just give them your bank account information, it's a scam. If someone's telling you that your grandson is stranded in some place and to help the grandson, they need you to send them gift cards, it's a scam. And all those sorts of scams come out of the woodwork at times like this, and the scammers will use every tactic they can to learn about you, your vulnerabilities, and get you to part with your money.
Yes, they will, and especially when there is fear, people, and I think we're going to see a lot of bogus face masks and hand sanitizers and things being sold, and really the only thing we can do is go with established companies. If an established company starts producing this stuff, that's one thing, but a brand new company out of the just out of nowhere, you have to really be careful because all of these products are in high demand. Would you say?
Tom, this is such an important point. I want to emphasize what you're saying, and let me start with a story that haunts me still, and it's one that I hope doesn't happen to many people here, which is that my parents were moving one year, and they didn't follow your advice. They didn't go with the reputable company. They saw a flyer. This was before the internet, so now it would be like a social media post. And they thought they got themselves a great deal. And so they gave the person the credit card, and the person said, okay, thank you so much. Now I'm going to charge you for all the boxes. And it was a $200 moving that became a $2,000 moving ordeal. And that's what happens here. They say, oh, we're going to give you this mask. It's proven to be totally effective. And then all of a sudden they say, but we got to charge you with a monthly warranty for the mask or something. And all these scams are, again, often too good to be true. You don't know the company, don't do it. They are preying on your hopes for help and they're maybe in some cases preying on your hopes to get access to a product that otherwise you can't get, stick with reputable companies. Don't fall for those scammers.
Now, you're having a webinar with AARP. You're doing this on April 9th. Are you going to be part of that?
It's going to be me and some folks from my office educating, particularly older Coloradans, and this is another point that I wanted to make, so I appreciate you bringing it up, Tom, which is who's the most vulnerable to catch the virus and be hurt? Older Coloradans. Who's the most vulnerable to scams and to be hurt that way? Older Coloradans. Because they're worried about catching the virus, and they're also more trusting, and so maybe in some cases less technologically sophisticated too. So they get an email, and they think, oh, it looks legitimate, I'll just click this link, and then all of a sudden they've got some problem where ransomware on their computer or malware, things that are going to hurt them, or all of a sudden they're losing access to data that then gets used against them. And so particularly for people who have older parents or grandparents, help protect them, help them be more vigilant and not fall prey to these scams.
Okay, now you have urged businesses to go easy on people and, to refund or credit cancellations, or people had to cancel, to basically give some slack. But really, what happens in a case like this? We have contract law, and then we have what's right or what's wrong, or black and white. I mean, where do we fall down on this? I mean, what do you see coming in the future here with people with credit, late payments and rent and all of this happening as far as the legal system goes? Will they give special grace because of this? Can they go outside the contract because of this major problem?
Tom, I'm glad you raised this point because we've got to be in this together. Let me start with the positive case, which in my personal experience as a consumer, I've been able to experience. There are companies out there who are giving people that slack that I am calling for. Remember who those companies are, because when we get to the other side, they deserve your business, they deserve your support. And that's part of what I would strongly encourage people is remember those companies who treat you right. And treating people right means if you can't deliver a service or it's not safe to provide the service, you shouldn't charge people for it. And that's something that I'm seeing, whether it's refunds or credits, in my own personal experience as a consumer. Now, part of what I'm worried about here is companies who promise, oh, I'll give you a refund or I'll give you credit, but then they don't deliver on that. If that happens to anybody out there, let our office know. As you note, there are times when people have a contract, and then we're in this really difficult area of contract law, which is can people deliver on the contract? So, for example, can you say, to give you an extreme example, yes, you could take the cruise if you wanted to, and so I'm going to still charge you for it, even though it's not safe and the government's told you not to do it.
Right.
I think that the cruise company trying to enforce that contract has a very difficult position, but unfortunately, if you've already put your money down and you're fighting for it, it's tougher. You need to let us know when you're in those situations. In some cases, if the contract can be performed, the company who wants to enforce it may be able to push their legal rights. What I've tried to say to companies is don't do that because you should be playing a long game, being one of those reputable companies who builds trust, treats consumers the right way.
Okay. Now, what about the state? You advise the state, I imagine, as the Attorney General on what steps to take legally or not. There has been a lot of question about government authority. First of all, I assume that when the governor asks people to stay at home, it's an order, but at the same time, we shouldn't have to be ordered. Maybe just a request would have been good enough. But where do you come down on, businesses being chained closed or people being specifically told you cannot work, you're not essential? As far as we don't have martial law, we don't, I don't even know what to ask. In other words, I know you had to wrestle with this. How far can the government go?
What's the legalities?
Exactly, Mark.
You're raising a point, and just to kind of underscore what an incredible challenge we're in right now. A month ago, I would never believe that our office was 100% virtual, everyone working remotely, and we were in the business of enforcing public health orders, which rarely happens. And so we're in such an uncharted territory. It turns out Colorado has a set of emergency powers the governor can trigger, and one of those emergency powers are the ability to basically set public health conditions to protect the public health. And so the governor with the CDPG, the Public Health Department, has been figuring out what's safe, what's not safe. And then the general norm is the local public health agencies enforce them. But we at the Attorney General's office are a backstop, and if we have to send a cease and desist letter, we will do so. But what we're trying to start with is education, and just like you say, requesting and explaining, please be smart, please be safe. When people gather together, you are risking the virus getting access to more people, and it spreads, pardon the pun, virally.
Yes.
It will go with networks. And so the critical question is, can you set up your business in a way that you're not bringing lots of people together in a store, for example, all touching the same stuff? And that's obviously not an option in the food industry. We all have to go to supermarkets, so that's why people are being told to wear masks, wash your hands right afterwards, be careful. But in cases that it's not really required, people, please take a pause, be safe. The quicker we can get through this time beating the virus, the better we'll be, and it's not going to be easy.
Right now,
how about a specific example though, like appliance factory outlet with their doors being chained?
Now that was a Denver City thing. Yeah, that was a Denver City thing. I mean, you must get questions like this, if not from the public, from colleagues saying, "What do you think about this?"
Yeah, it's a big question we get all the time, both where to draw the line and then how we end up enforcing it. We put out a couple weeks ago, we saw this coming, a document that explained the overall enforcement process. And the first process was what I was just emphasizing, which is educate, inform. We start by saying, please recognize what you're doing. If you're putting people at risk, it's not worth it. Don't do it. Sometimes that's not enough. And the next step would be civil enforcement. I mentioned the cease and desist letter that we have to go to. And it's been rare that we have to go that far. That was a Denver City thing, but obviously I believe they concluded that the first step didn't work. If you are a business who has a license from the state, for example, liquor license, you can lose access to your license by remaining open. That's been an effective warning for people. And there is, and this is going to be hopefully something we'll never have to do, but there are criminal penalties actually for individuals, and hopefully it never comes to that, but you can spend up to 12 months in jail once this is all over if you really are flatly defying public health orders.
So it's a public health, that's where the authority comes from, public health.
Correct.
And,
exactly.
and so there are certain emergency powers allowed under public health, and I imagine it's public health and welfare, but does that fall under, let's say if we had a state of war or something crazy like that, is that the same kind of thing? Would that fall under public health, or is that a different set of circumstances?
It's different, but the two could overlap. So just, for example, imagine you're in England during World War II, and you've got all sorts of poison gas being dropped. You could imagine orders to stay at home at times when there's poison gas. And so you have some form of notice, and the notice is stay at home, keep your door closed, keep your windows closed. It's not safe to go out. This is a different kind of a risk. It's not a war of an enemy, but it's a virus that we're kind of at war with. So it's a similar concept, but it's a different context.
So public health, that makes sense, because I know public health can literally shut down restaurants and keep people from going to restaurants. And I guess you could extend that to stores if they became a source of a public health threat. And so that's what we all wondered. Where does the authority come from? And it comes down the line from public health. Now, do you ever see it going any further than public health orders? Do you ever see a martial kind of law, martial law, or more stringent or more strict tactics, or do you think it'll get better than worse?
So first, I do have to admit I'm an optimist here, and I will say we're seeing some positive signs, so I absolutely believe it'll be better. The other point I want to make, which is super important to me, is as the Attorney General, my first and foundational commitment is to the rule of law. And whether it's the governor, whether it's a federal official, if I see something happening that's not justified by the rule of law, it's my duty to protect the people of Colorado in the rule of law. So whatever happens has to happen under the rule of law. Here we have a legal system, the public health system, that we're operating pursuant to and that we're enforcing in a transparent, faithful way. There's a lot of talk about martial law, but I don't believe in the United States we've ever seen anything like martial law. And the role that I have is to make sure that whatever we do is authorized by law. We do have this public health system authorized by law. We're operating pursuant to it. I don't believe we're going to see anything more extreme than that. I do believe this is a system we may see again in our lifetime. I do think pandemics are now, we know that they're a real risk. And part of what makes this so risky is they travel across the globe faster than ever before. And so we're living in this international world. This is a new risk. And thankfully, we have these public health tools to deal with it. So we didn't have to make it up all on the fly.
Now, is this
how do you think the governor and the president are handling it?
Well, I'm really appreciative of how Governor Polis has handled it. And let me give you an example that at the time I think people underestimated. Closing the ski resorts when he did, boldly and decisively, was a very smart action. I was advising the governor's office at the time, and the question was, do they have the power to do it? And as a public health matter, just for the reasons you guys were talking about, that is pretty clearly in the nature of protecting the public from large gatherings. You can imagine all the people in the cafeterias together just congregating. That could spread it wildfire at spring break. So that was I thought, bold, decisive action. I think the need we have is to be in this together. And one of the risks we have is if we turn on each other or make this about politics, this has to be about us together solving this problem, confronting this threat.
Yeah, and I'm sure everyone has their own opinion on how things should be done, but you're right. The end result needs to be to protect ourselves. When is this number to stop fraud, Colorado, 800-222-4444? Is that the one consumers should call with any inquiries on possible frauds or problems?
Yes, and then for those who can go online, you can fill out reports online. It's even easier. It's stopfraudcolorado.gov. Again, stopfraudcolorado.gov. We also put consumer alerts and education up there. It's a valuable resource. Please take advantage of it.
Stopfraudcolorado.gov. Attorney General Phil Weiser, thank you for taking a few minutes today to talk to us. We appreciate it. We'll be in touch with your office, as always, on scams. And the number is 800-222-4444. Just give us some parting words, sir.
Well, I want to say that during this time, we often get to see the best in people and the worst in people. And the worst in people are these scammers. We're going to take advantage of people. We're going to do our best to hold them accountable and bring them to justice. As for the best in people, we're seeing so many great stories in Colorado. Brave people working in supermarkets, first responders, healthcare professionals, people like you, Tom, helping consumers. We got to all be in this together, bringing our best selves. That's how we're going to get through it. I want to thank you and everybody who's doing their part.
Thank you very much. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Down.
Pressure often brings out the best in people. More Jeff.
Hey man, we can do this pretty quick if you want to go K&H action.
Being of customers and staff, we temporarily closed our
that guy's Tim, number one.
If you're looking
I
for a
handle
great
that.
do-it-yourself
So
product,
I-
Do you want it?
You notice he didn't mention Trump.
you can visit us
Yeah.
here at toys.com. Anyway, stay safe.
What do you say?
Yeah.
If you want to learn more about how to upgrade your ride with the smart technology new vehicles have,
Bye, K&H.
All right, listen to this one. K&H has an amazing offer for April. Now, home improvements, home construction, home repairs, home maintenance has been deemed essential. At K&H, they're doing the lowest and best offers, the best prices ever. 50% off windows, siding, and doors with great financing available. You will never get a deal like this again. Probably never. I mean, I'm saying who knows, right? But 50% off, khwindows.com to set up an appointment. They can do a virtual appointment. They can do an appointment by phone. They can consult you by Zoom. Call for details. 303-421-7100. 303-421-7100. That's half off windows, siding, and doors. We're talking about the best siding in the business. Everlast siding and custom-made windows. That's 50% off. khwindows.com, 303-421-7100.
Sunlights are now extending their offer for a free carrier furnace to April 15th, plus you'll get a...
Yeah, if you guys are listening, you know, Phil actually was a clerk.
He's getting some coffee here, so.
What do you need?
What do you got more?
And energy rebates up to
Yeah.
That was an off-the-cuff comment, so relax.
Oh, I know. Listen, I got fucking cabin fever.
Here's what I'd like to do, and it's simple.
What?
Have you taken
Have,
advantage?
I'll have Shannon put them in an envelope and fucking mail them, and I'll give them a gift card to fucking Applebee's or something.
Here's the thing, I don't understand that part of it, why I gotta figure that one out, the mailing part. I don't know why, it doesn't have to go to a post office, I don't think.
No, all she's got to do is there's only 10 checks. You take the checks out of the envelope, you put them in one envelope and send it.
I think if it fits,
I need to be going to that fucking
if it fits, it ships, I think works too.
Let's just have Shannon handle it.
Or switching to
He's there every day, and I'm gonna have him handle it to where it's not gonna step on
It doesn't matter where we need to get it from. I'll get it, we'll get it done.
I would just put a lot of extra postage on it, if that's it, put over amount.
And keep more
What about if it fits the ships? You don't need to go to
electricity but today's air conditioning supplies are KVH one pack from that's more than have access to safe, manageable electricity in your home. Make sure your electrical environment is safe and efficient by contacting Applewood Plumbing, Heating, and Electric today, the only electrical service and repair company that I personally endorse. Visit ApplewoodFixit.com or call 720-324-7784 to learn more. Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
Which is insane, but anyhow, so he's going to be there. Let's just have him bring the mail that we have down to the door, check and see if we have more mail, and then he can handle it right there in the post office and get it to us.
Mark, the only problem with that might be is that I don't know how stores have to stand in a line with a gas station. You gotta stand.
Apparently you do, but there's other options. There's if it fits, it ships. It's one box, one price, or one envelope, one price. I'll find.
But he's going to stand in line anyhow because he's got to go there to check all the mail for iPhone. He's going to the post office today, is my point.
Who's checking your personal mail, Tom?
Okay, I got the key.
Simply Floors Inc.
But it's the post office box only.
SimplyFloorsInc.com, 52nd and North Southwest corner, but you don't have to shop. You go to the website and make your own.
Yeah, fine. But call him off here and give him your address and all that.
Sometimes as much as 30 and 40 and even 50% in the best installation on the market. And that's all because of the watchful eyes of owner Buddy Mitchell. SimplyFloorsInc.com, 303-456-4660.
Sponsored by Discover. We treat you like you treat you.
Beautiful spring weather across the front range for the next couple of days with a high of 71 both today and tomorrow. Lows close to 40. I'm in your office. Brooks Garner.
They shut down all.
Free credit card today, even if you're not a Discover
So,
customer.
as soon as it
FICO credit
came
score
out,
and
I
checking your
started calling,
scorecard.
I said, that is a breeding ground.
Credit scorecard.
And most of the workers out there come from Denver, so it's not all the workers.
Hour-long ABC News special on COVID-19.
I got you.
You need to know. Health and safety info and solutions for our new way of life. Later tonight at 6 on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here,
713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, we got a lot happening here. RealCBDThatWorks.com is for CBD, for helping your immune system, also helping with inflammation, pain, discomfort, anxiety. It's the real deal, Panacea Life Sciences. And I got word. Now I'm gonna actually firm this up, but I got word that they are actually going to start producing a hand sanitizer as well, and some other stuff. They're going to manufacture hand sanitizers and gels, and they're also securing masks and gloves for people. This is going to be cool, Panacea Life Sciences. So you'll find out more on the website, realcbdthatworks.com. And if you put
Tom, I've had a
in the
couple
promo code for 25% off. Yes, Mark?
I've had a couple people email over the weekend saying they've been taking, I guess they have one you take daily, and it's really helping with anxiety, apparently.
Oh yeah, it's wonderful. It's good. I just gave Dan some today. Dan just got a bottle. Anyway, Mike, what's happening with you, Mike? What's happening? This sounds serious. You have 2 grandkids?
Hello, sir. Thank you for taking my call.
What's going on?
I have 2 grandchildren. They're both in they're like 20s and 30s.
Yeah.
But they both have cystic fibrosis. And I don't hear anything on any of the radios or anything of, what they should be doing.
Well, they're telling, you really do hear it, because they say those who are high risk, which would definitely be cystic fibrosis, since it's attacking your children before anything else. They are saying anyone in high risk has to be quarantined and kept away from others. I mean, that's been out from the beginning. They say social distancing and quarantine, especially for those with compromised immune systems. Now, what are they doing right now, Mike?
Well, they're taking their lung, the thing that moves their lungs back and forth, vibrates, and taking their medicines.
Right.
I mean, they feel fine.
Yeah, but you're keeping them away from everyone, right?
No, they're just going about. They got kids and everything. Well, my one granddaughter, she's the younger one. She did call and tell us that she had pneumonia, and she's in the hospital, and they don't know nothing until today whether
the ones with cystic fibrosis. How old are they?
The one is 30, and the other is 22, I think.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! That is very, usually, and Mike, you know this. They don't usually live that long. I mean, but nowadays, I guess treatment must be much better. What do they do with cystic fibrosis? Do they have better treatments now? Before this scare, were they going about their lives normally?
Yeah, they don't have a respirator or nothing. They just have the vest that they put on, and they have to leave it on so it clears the mucus out of their lungs.
It vibrates.
Yeah.
Hold on, Deputy Doc, do you know about cystic fibrosis?
I just know that the cystic fibrosis affects the same thing that the coronavirus affects, which is the small air sacs in the lung, and it produces excess mucus, as you said. They have to be really, really careful. I mean, I think, in my opinion, that they are really susceptible if they get the virus. So I would do everything I could to keep them isolated to make sure they don't get one lung disease on top of the other.
If they're going about their business, Mike, that is, to me, crazy right now. If they have cystic fibrosis, they should be isolated.
Right.
But
I say the same, but some people are really stubborn.
My goodness.
And Tom?
Yes.
CFF.org, which is Cystic Fibrosis Foundation, has a Q&A for cystic fibrosis questions.
Does it talk about the coronavirus?
Yes, it's specifically for the coronavirus.
CFF.org, and learn the latest. COVID-19 community. Yeah, that's important. They have, and I think our people with CF at risk. While there is no evidence to suggest that people with underlying health conditions are at higher risk of becoming infected, that's right. But once they get it, there's evidence they don't fare as well. They tell you to stay at home, avoid crowds, avoid travel. There are whole kinds of things on here you ought to pass on to your grandchildren.
All right. I will, because my one is, she's working, she's taking to-go orders for a restaurant.
Well,
she's delivering.
She's great. Okay, Mike, listen. She needs to go to CFF.org. That is, I can't believe she's doing that. Okay, thanks for calling, and let us know if you make any progress, or have them call us. Blaine wants to talk about Comcast. We've had great service with Comcast, Blaine. They came over and they took care of us. CenturyLink is doing a great job. I think they have stepped up during this time. What is your problem with them, sir?
Well, I've got a TV that I had that I bought last weekend. I got a box for it. Went through 2 boxes. Do the troubleshooting, the test. I just can't talk to a live.
Well, did you have live service before you got this new TV?
Yeah, I've got 4 or 5 TVs that have service, but this new one with this box, one box was bad. I took it back. I got another box and go through all the tests, and they said, well, we'll have to send an agent, but they can't send one. Can't even talk to a live person.
No, they send people. They're sending people out.
Well, I don't know what it takes. I mean, I got no service in that.
If you put one of the other boxes on that TV, have you tried that?
No, I was going to.
Well, why don't you try that just to see if it works?
Okay.
Just to see if it works. And then here's what you can do. Daphne, take his number, and then let's pass him on to somebody at Comcast. We do have an angel there. I'm not saying they're going to take special care of you, but at least they'll tell you how to talk to someone. 303-713-TALK. We have more coming right up on the Troubleshooter Show.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino. Now, Michael Brown at 2. 630
Denver. I was locked in a room. Yeah. And
now,
so safe. Yeah.
Sponsored by Discover. We treat you like you treat you.
There's a couple of construction areas to watch out for when you drive across town. Southbound I-25 to 58. Watch out for right lane blocked off there. Not seeing major delays to travel through there with caution. Work continues on eastbound C460 from Flat Canyon to Santa Fe. Lane blocked off there. And watch out for 2 left lanes.
Okay.
Westbound by 70 approaching Central Park. Solid package of chambers at this time.
Well, that to be up to activated.
Right,
but still, you'd be better off.
Right now. Right now.
Okay. Zero.
Per customer.
Got you, bro.
Needs your FICO credit score.
In case you're spending a lot of time alone nowadays, and you have some extra stains on your carpet, call Zero Res. You're up.
Credit scorecard. Limitations
But
apply.
when did you got acclimated?
Zero Res Denver is the place to call for clean carpets, and right now they have extraordinary deals. 3 rooms for $119, 3 room areas. Now listen, Zero Res is aware that this virus scare is affecting everyone and on everyone's mind. They go beyond CDC guidelines to be safe, to keep their distance, but they can clean your carpets, which is the biggest air filter in your home. That's what a carpet is, and it is where most everything falls. Get it clean. ZeroResDenver.com. Get it clean for just $119. And listen to this. They will take special care of your carpet and make sure it's sanitized along with your tile if you want tile clean. 303-471-5150. 303-471-5150. They are making appointments, they're keeping their distance, they have face masks and shoe coverings and gloves, and they are cleaning the biggest area in your home, carpets. ZeroResDenver.com.
Awesome.
10 teens go to college.
Seriously?
Medical expenses can cost retirees over $170,000. Seriously? Nearly 3/4 of people over 65 will need long-term care. Seriously? Raising a child can cost over $230,000.
Seriously?
If you didn't plan for it, you're not planning. From here forward, Edelman Financial Engines. Call 888-PLAN-RIC to get started.
This is Dave Campos. Over the past 35 years, I've had the privilege of representing many wonderful people whose lives have been devastated by a crash caused by a truck. Our firm has the real-world results that prove our hard-earned expertise in trucking cases. And because we take righteous cases on a percentage fee basis, good folks from all walks of life can take advantage of our services. So if you're the victim of a truck crash, give me a call. I'm happy to show you our track record. 303-770-5551.
Right after that text, that's why Stephen dropped it off.
Lives flipped upside down recently. For many of us, things just got a lot rough.
but we've faced tough times before. And we're going to pull through this because it's what we do in America. At Term Provider, Big Lou has a message for you. If all this craziness has you protecting the ones you care about, don't let it stop when we get through this. Keep the protection rolling with a life insurance shield around your family. For over 30 years, Term Provider has been providing affordable term life insurance at fair prices and with better service than policies that don't need an in-home exam. Big Lou. He's just like you.
Remember, when you get yeah, we can give you a credit card charge.
Okay, let me send this one thing to DAP real quick.
Let's find out if you've got a check it to down.
$1 million or more of term life insurance at affordable rates to fit your budget. There's no obligations. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. 800-568-2790.
I'm Tom Martino for Ideal Home Loan.
Okay, you got it.
Rate guarantee. If rates go down, they will refinance you free of charge. 303-867-7000. Check out their
Become the banker.
approved. All you need is the appraisal. 303-867.
Yeah, man, so become the banker. Are you good?
Yeah, I got you.
Equal opportunity.
Thank you.
Regulated by DORA, NMLS 13.
By the way, you are up.
Terms and conditions, call 844-45 Ideal.
You know, Become the Baker, it's a very solid investment strategy, and right now, more than ever. You know why? People who invested in this strategy, overfunding life insurance for a tax-free growth cash account on the side, they have lost not one dime. In fact, they're gaining value every day, 4% plus a 1% dividend, and not being affected at all by this. BecomeTheBanker.org. Isn't it time you at least make it part of your portfolio and look into it? BecomeTheBanker.org.
Hey, Doc, in that chest, you know, do you sit down with the game or you just do it and then walk away? And yeah, you can walk away. Okay. You can choose, when you sign up, you can choose how long it will take between moves. Okay. It's almost like how they used to do it, used to mail.
We all deal with a new way of life. Denver's Talk Station wants to help you pay your bills. Listen for up to 12 chances every day to text and win $1,000. Sponsored by Wind River Spas on 630 KSL. If you're stuck at home, do what I did and get a new hot tub from Wind River Spas. Hey, it's Russ Kaminsky, and with Wind River Spas, you can build and price your hot tub online, have it delivered right to your home
while supporting a Colorado family-owned business. Learn more at windriverspas.com.
Spreading important information and
Here we go, guys. Here we go.
Mars Talk Station, 630 KHOW.
I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, let's talk to Tim. He has an update on a purchase he made. And, Tim, what's going on with you?
Yes, thank you for taking my call, Tom.
What's going on?
I told you I rented a U-Haul trailer to take the furniture back on Friday, this last weekend.
Yes.
And I went down there and got there, and the store was closed. And I called him, and he wouldn't answer.
Now, why were you returning the furniture?
Because it was tearing.
Yeah. And it was just delivered, right?
It was delivered. The first one was in October.
Oh, okay. And did they agree to take it back?
Well, he told Deputy Doc that he would, if I brought it back, he would give me a check for it.
Go ahead. And
he said, remember, I called him and he said he wouldn't reverse the credit card charge, but he would give him a check. And I asked him why won't he do it 3 times.
And he just said, I'll give him a check.
I'll give him a check.
So did you get the check?
No.
The store's closed.
Well, he called back on the phone and said he's closed. And he said, what was the deal about calling that radio station?
Yeah.
And, of course, then I asked him, well, what was the deal with you contacting a lawyer?
Yeah.
And then he goes, well, I'm done being nice to you. Well, since you called that radio station, I am not refunding your money.
He did say that, huh?
Yes, sir.
So how far away are you from the store?
It's about 115 miles or so.
And you went all the way there with the furniture, and he was closed.
Yes, sir.
But
Yes,
he's
sir.
closed because of this virus, right?
That's what he said, but he told me he was, but I told him I did not know that the Kansas was closed yet.
You paid it on credit card?
Yes, sir.
Have you tried contesting it on the card?
Yes, I did.
And what happened?
They reversed the charges again, or so. 'Cause I was banking on that he was going to take it back and, get my money and resolve it that way and pay it on the credit card.
Do you want to try him again, Deputy Doc?
Won't do any good.
He won't.
I can
he
tell you
doesn't
this
care.
guy is,
He doesn't
he's dug
care.
his heels in. He was...
Let's blow his lines up.
Yeah, I think people, I'll let him know, especially during a time like this, to be such a jerk. It's just not worth it. What's the name of this place?
Cheaper Sleeper.
And does he do a lot of business online?
I don't know if he does any online, but he does have a Facebook page.
What's his phone number?
I have
785
785
462
462
5861.
Yeah, this is really a good time.
And remember, he also wouldn't refund his sales tax.
Right.
Right.
Listen, well, we did find out in Kansas they don't give refunds on taxes, right?
Right, but he said that Tim could get the sales tax back, which I would do anyway.
Yeah.
Because you did make the purchase, Tim. So I would definitely call the Department of Revenue in Kansas and get your sales tax
But he
back.
still has the merchandise.
Well, yeah, when he
Okay.
gets it back.
Right.
All we can do is put pressure on him. He doesn't sound like a guy that gives a damn. Cheaper Sleeper, 785-462-5861. He said he would write a check. He lied. Cheaper Sleeper, 785-462-5861. Blow up his line. He deserves it. Genesis Total Exteriors. They're doing their work as usual, home improvements, and they can do kitchens, baths, they can do basements. Genesis Total Exteriors. This is a company you can trust. I've known Mark Szymanski for many, many years. Genesis.
Should be there.
Oh.
Hey, go ahead.
Well, I thought we had a commercial coming up, but that's okay. We'll be right back.
Gotcha. I thought
is
you were
that for
talking
real?
about...
Is that really for real? You didn't know it's 48
Now,
and I'm taking a
Impact
break?
Traffic.
Oh.
No, seriously. What was it that was confusing?
You were talking about Szymanski, so I potted him up.
I didn't even know he was there.
Good call. Great work.
I didn't even know he was there.
Excellent job. Thank you.
Pike a bit heavy between Federal and Pecos. Left lanes blocked off both sides of the roadway for some road work
there. Essential travel is allowed.
I didn't know he was there.
Activity, however, keep your...
I didn't have the call screen
All
up.
playgrounds and
Okay, Mark, take it.
closed until further notice. The weather forecast going to be sunny today with a high of 73. Right now, just a few clouds and 51.
All right, now
Impact traffic weather. I'm Pete Wagner, 630 K.
Sponsored by Discover. We treat you like you treat you. Get your free credit scorecard today, even if you're not a Discover customer. It includes your FICO credit score, and checking your scorecard won't hurt your credit. Learn more at discover.com/credit scorecard.
How about this, man? In 60 talk you out of a Big Joe.
Got it.
Thank you.
You have our word, we'll treat you right at Dunlap. Hi, I'm Todd Cicchini. My dad started making that pledge on the radio when I was no more than 12 years old. He's taught me all my working life that what we do is not rocket science. Our success simply comes from treating people as we'd like to be treated. And this is Dan Cicchini. Todd's totally correct. We know that you want a quality job at a fair price. You want good service and timeliness of completion. You want honesty. You want to feel comfortable. And you simply want to be treated well. That's what I want too. And Dad, I know that's why we've done our best over the years to make their wants our objective. You bet, Todd. So folks, if you're ready, we're ready to serve you. Whether it's your
So Dan, the reason I'm doing this is they're all free trials.
For how long?
Usually 14 days at first, but can you believe it's been 2 fucking weeks we've been doing this shit?
I know. Hey,
Joe Lazara is a criminal defense attorney I hope you don't need, but he is in business, and So is crime, unfortunately. You're not going to get a pass for a DUI. You will get charged. Joe Lazara. He does DUI, shoplifting, assault charges, and personal injury. If you need help, give him a call, 303-421-6200, lazaralegal.com. You know, being accused of a crime, any crime, can turn your life upside down. Joe Lazara is doing everything by teleconferencing, docu-signing, online, and by email. Call him if you need help, 303-429-6200.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, it's amazing, 2 weeks now.
I know, it's crazy, man. Because the one I'm only installing expires in about 3 hours, and that was 14 days.
A message from iHeart Automotive and your
Actually, it's been a little longer than 2 weeks because,
Well, I mean, since we use that.
right.
Energy bills. You need the right insulation. This one I might actually buy because I can control up to 10 PCs for $80 a year. That's cheap as shit. The other one was $80 a month.
Wow.
You can control 100, but I don't. Who the fuck needs 100?
Right.
No hassle application. Injected from outside the home. Compacting existing insulation. Retrofoam is environmentally friendly. No off-gassing. And can even make your home.
So we've been here at your place, Tom, for like 3 weeks now, though, huh? We've been at your place here for 3 weeks now,
What are you waiting for? You have everything to gain. Nothing to
This
lose.
is our third.
Call Rocky Mountain
Because the first couple of days you guys didn't have a
Right. Right.
720.
And then you had to go pick up the cameras or something.
Third week here.
It's getting so bad that Dan actually proposed to me.
Some investors choose annuities, which seem to take the risk out.
Okay, this is
Fisher Investment says, watch out. Annuities don't always provide the safety they promise. You can't take a chance. If you have $500,000 or more, call 1-800-885-7733 for Fisher's free guide, Annuity Insights. It answers the annuity.
really good too. It works really. Let me try this chat real quick. Tell me where
For the eagle-eyed. For the knights in shining armor.
Do you see
And
that?
for all those who support them. We are Ranger, offering supplies and solutions for every industry, plus free
10 away to fix it. 10
Yeah, it is. It's quick.
questions. Call clickgranger.com or just stop. Granger,
What's that?
for the ones who get it done.
You are here and clear.
FixMyHome.com, you'll want to remember that website. Now listen, this is another extraordinary deal. They're keeping their crews busy, and they're doing everything beyond CDC guidelines. FixMyHome.com will do both the air conditioning and the furnace systems for $28 for the next 10 homeowners. They're committed to helping homeowners through this time. Listen, $28 you cannot beat. That's to clean and refurbish the air conditioning and the furnace system. Listen, just one of those systems would take $100 or more. It really, honest to goodness, they take out the blower motor, they take apart the condenser to the extent they can, they take off the covers, they clean, they thoroughly check, adjust everything. That's FixMyHome.com, just $28 for both systems for the next 10 callers. It's 720-526-3939, 720-526-3939.
Coming right back to you. Here you go.
Just say, Alexa, play 630 KL on iHeartRadio.
Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Now we'll go back to Mark
Genesis, Mark. Home improvements are essential, and I need to know what kind of work are you doing these days. Of course, you're always doing your roofing, right? Because that can be done easily, and people should not wait on that.
Yes.
What else?
Yep. And then we got 2 houses that had water damage, and we're trying to get those people back in their homes because they're in a hotel, and the hotels are shutting down.
Oh, my goodness. I never thought of that.
It's extremely essential.
Yes.
And we have two of those going on right now. And then, the things that were in process, in some people's kitchens and baths were in process.
And really,
painting.
technically, according to what I read, any kind of home improvement is considered essential.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Yeah.
And we follow the Corvid guidelines. Every employee's talked to every morning before, and the temperature's taken before they go to the job site to make sure that there are no ill effects from this virus. So.
Yeah, and here's
some
the
other
point.
cool stuff
Yeah.
is,
Go ahead.
yeah.
Go ahead. I'm
I
listening.
mean, we can do virtual estimates. We don't have to be at your home. You don't have to meet with a salesperson. You know, we can use the Zoom, and you can take pictures of your house and send them to us, and we can get you quotes that way. We also have that 3D modeling that works great too.
Oh, 3D modeling is cool.
Yeah, we get actual measurements of your house, so we know exactly what size your windows are, and we can quote all those things. And so once this does clear, we can be ready to go on your house if you want to do it that way.
Yes, so you can get quotes now for after, or you can get work done now, and he follows all the CDC guidelines, and he's going to be standing by on the phone if you have any questions at all about what home improvements can be done, and what can, and what do you need, and what you don't. So feel free to call us, and of course you can contact them directly. They're at 303-679-8509, GenesisTotalExteriors.com. He'll be standing by. Thanks, Mark. We may have some questions on that. And Douglas, you're saying that you planned a trip and the insurance won't pay. We're hearing this a lot. Tell me what happened.
Okay, I'm really calling for my daughter.
Yeah.
But she and her husband had planned a trip to Germany to take their 3-year-old twins to see their great-grandparents. Then this happened, and they could not risk going over there and getting stranded, so they canceled. And they bought the insurance, but the insurance people are saying, and I haven't seen their contract yet. I'm trying to get her to get it to me, but I'm looking for help on how you would handle these guys. They say their contract says something about a pandemic, but I don't know that I believe that.
It may, but I will say that most travel insurance people are not paying, so you're not alone. I'm not saying that's a good thing, but I know that most of them are not paying, and that is a problem. It is. I mean,
all right.
And
yeah.
we would like them to cover them, but they're not. So some of them are taking it on a case-by-case basis, but most of them are just not paying. And so how much is at stake here? Anything recoverable from the airline or from the separate? Did she just pay for airline, or is there more to it?
I don't know. I'd have to ask her, but I think they went through one of the
travel sites
companies. Yeah.
Okay. Now that's the problem.
And Tom, they are trying to get a hold of the airline and see if they'll help, at least give them a credit for future. But they haven't heard back.
Well, that's where I would tell them to start. All I'm telling you is this. The jury's still out on what's going to happen with travel insurance, but most of them are not paying. Airlines, however, are giving credits for future travel. So contact them, and if you can't, we'll help you get through.
Have you ever wanted to finance your mortgage, especially now with rates at or near the lowest in history?
But you didn't want to start a 30-year loan again? Well, now you can. This is Russ Kaminsky from my friends at American Financing, and let me tell you, they can help. When refinancing to drop mortgage insurance, lower your rate, or consolidate debt, you don't have to restart your loan. Because at American Financing, they offer 10-year, 13-year, 18-year loans, really any term you need. It truly is a custom loan.
So you're working on a
based
helicopter?
on your budget, and they'll find the most competitive rate and the most affordable payment. It takes just a 10-minute call to start, and their mortgage consultants will walk you through the process, helping you find the right solution.
Yeah, Doc, as far as working, and we are. I enjoy working on things like that. You save money, and you do it, and you learn. That's the biggest thing you learn. And I put my tie rods in my car, and he says, well, why don't you take it somewhere? I said, well, and not only that, if you get there, it's 5-6 hours there. Yeah, no, if you like it, it's great.
Now, Dan Kaplis, today at 4.
Well, to me, it's like gardening. Well, people who are gardeners, I see that as manual labor. They love it.
Yeah.
Right? No. People who don't have the gospel see it as a waste of 5 hours.
Yeah.
Right? So it depends on what you like to do. Right. But, you know, when I like to have the skills to do it. Yeah. Well, I don't have it. I got it wrong. Well, yeah. But you also like doing it. I don't, I'm not good at what Jackson, even YouTube, but I like it. Oh, right. But, nobody has
you know, there's one nut that wouldn't come off.
Over this month.
Yeah, so when did you have to go to Zoom or something?
Other areas are expected to peak in the weeks to
Okay,
come.
no, I ordered them online. Oh, all right.
Effective tomorrow, wearing some kind of mask or face cover will not just be encouraged, it will be a requirement on Miami Beach if you're heading out to the pharmacy or the grocery store.
Wisconsin officials are expected to still hold their in-person presidential primary tomorrow despite the pandemic. The Democratic governor is asking Republican state lawmakers to extend absentee voting until May 19th. Republicans have ignored that request. This is ABC News. In Chicago, a new drive-up testing site for COVID-19 is now open. ABC's Ryan Burrow was there.
Dozens upon dozens of I don't come to my house too. I mean, they do a great job. Yeah, because I would say they do a lot.
It will be up to 500.
I'm waiting for them to have a special on just air conditioners. Oh, just that they have one now, but that's the new customers.
Public health officials up until this weekend.
So they come and they have a special
first responders and frontline workers, but now anyone 18-year-old showing symptoms and anyone 60-year-old with medical conditions can be tested here. Ryan Burrow, ABC News, Chicago.
Teachers in New York City are being told to stop using the video conferencing app Zoom for remote learning. The head of the school system is blaming security problems, including so-called Zoom bullying, hijack meetings. The FBI says it's received multiple reports of conferences being disrupted by hate images and threatening language. New York City teachers have been told to use different sound.
No,
if you're one of the millions of Americans who owe back taxes, if you get nervous when the mail comes because you might get a letter from the IRS and you've heard their enforcement agents are cracking down this year and can garnish your paycheck, levy your bank account, even your home or business could be at risk over unpaid taxes. It's all true, but it's also true there's a way out. It's called the Troubleshooter Initiative, an important government program for tax debt assistance. The award-winning experts at Northern Tax Relief will fight to get you the best deal possible, protecting your paycheck and your assets from IRS collections. But don't delay, because the IRS is tacking on interest and hefty penalties every single day. So don't wait until it's too late. Call Optima now for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Okay, what's your
K-How News Time, 11:03.
Governor Paulus holding a televised address tonight to talk to Coloradans about the state's response to the coronavirus.
I think I did sign, okay, good. But just like say, I have to put in a bunch of different names.
The actual content of the speech. Currently, there are nearly 5,000 cases of
So let's just put for home for between moves.
Doesn't matter.
RTD made some changes to the coronavirus outbreak,
Because that way, you know, shorter, it's going to forget.
which will provide another layer of social distancing between riders and
I remember
operators.
watching
Fair
people,
collection also being
still that was
suspended.
on, but I think it was French, do you remember?
Tom,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
guy on line 4 is a good friend of mine,
okay.
and I saw a post that they just opened up independent car dealerships. I thought it might be.
Okay, all right, fine, yeah, great.
School is the place where they receive access.
And I see somebody talking about UV sterilizers. You know that hospitals have robots that go around from room to room and clean the rooms all the time. Have you seen those?
No.
Dude, it's right out of Lost in Space. It's like, you know.
Oh, their outfits?
It's super cool.
A couple of cone zones to watch out for if you do.
Hey, you know what, someone just did about that ultraviolet light, is that work?
Yeah. Out of the airport.
So how long do you have, I don't know.
All directions of the turnpike have been heavy.
So is it a special light? Well, just UV light, I don't know what the strength is.
There.
I don't know what frequency
It's
is.
allowed as outdoor activity, however, keep your distance. Remember that all.
So you can actually get a light bulb.
Buses are closed until further
Like a
notice.
fluorescent light bulb.
Forecast can be sunny today with a high of 73. Right now, just a few clouds and 51. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 K-How.
Get your free credit scorecard today, even if you're not a Discover customer. It includes your FICO credit score, and checking your scorecard won't hurt your credit. Learn more at discover.com/credit scorecard. Limitations apply.
Rates continue to drop. Have you taken advantage or are you still waiting? Take AIM, Affordable Interest Mortgage, where all of our loans come with lower fees and low rates. You deserve it. Call 720-895-0500, where we have been serving Colorado since 2001. We are locally owned and
Don't you like that too, when you do something yourself? And don't you feel good about it? And you think about it, even, I did years later, I said, yeah, I did that. Like, when I feel like that stuff in the house.
And straight with the same price.
I'm not a car guy. And I'm not that big of a car guy. I wouldn't tear into a new car now.
Are switching to this
You know,
loan
but I do need new
that
tires.
allows you to pay
I want to get a
thousands
line
of
and
lower
shift the
payments,
tires.
access your equity for 30 years, and
He says,
own your
well,
home in half the time.
so,
Find out why it could
did
be
you trust them?
Affordable Interest Mortgage. Call 720-895-0500 now and keep more of your money. And MLS 298-191,
So
regulated.
those are the guys I'm gonna call, no. I mean, like, I got a lifetime lineup of fire stuff.
Video wants to help with a chance of $1,000. Text the nationwide keyword money to 200-200.
Here we go.
Message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's money to 200-200. This is the Troubleshooter Show.
I need somebody.
Now, Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
Hello, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com. Get 25% off. Just put Tom in the promo column there in the coupon code. Coupon code is RealCBDThatWorks.com. 303-713-TALK is our number, but you can go and get that at RealCBDThatWorks.com, part of Panacea Life Sciences. They will soon have hand sanitizer for sale. We're going to get Leslie on later this week to talk about what they are doing as far as protecting you. But that will be CBD hand sanitizer. Let's talk to Dave at the Colorado Independent Automobile Dealers Association. Dave, welcome to the show. Dave, it's been very confusing with the shutdown on what car dealers are doing. What is the rule?
Tom,
what is the rule for car dealers?
Well, good morning. They have been open by appointments only, online sales, and for dealers who need these transportation, the essential workers that need to get to their jobs.
Yes.
They can come into a safe and sanitized facility.
Yes.
There are designated offices set up where they can conduct business, like on used cars for the independent dealers and for the new car dealers, where they have rooms that have been sanitized, wiped down. The vehicles have been wiped down and sanitized before they come in to test drive them. So they do have an opportunity to come in and continue with their purchases on vehicles.
Okay, so how does that work?
Well, you would call online. A lot of things are done online nowadays with their advertising. You see a vehicle you're interested in. You would call. You set up an appointment. They schedule you for an appointment. They make sure a vehicle that you want to come in and test drive has been sanitized and wiped down, so you can come in and take a look at that vehicle.
Okay.
They let you.
So basically, you can, all dealerships, in other words, all dealerships, not just franchise dealerships.
That is correct. The independent dealers, the mom and pop stores, the locally owned by individuals.
Yes.
Are open to do business also, and everybody wants to do things in a safe environment, sanitized, keep your distancing, the 6 feet, the 10 feet, distance between employees and customers, because nobody wants to jeopardize anybody's health in this environment. So.
Okay, so if you are interested, you can call and make an appointment.
Mm-hmm. That is correct. You can call up the dealership or the independent dealer who has that vehicle that you want to look at. Call them, say, I'd like to schedule an appointment to come in and look at this vehicle, drive it, They can arrange almost anything online nowadays, from financing to the credit application,
and you can still obviously still test drive and do everything you need, but they're just not open for walk-in traffic.
Right, the showrooms are locked.
Okay, all right.
If you go on to one of the lots nowadays, they should have a sign on the front door saying "Sales by appointments only." And if they have a service departments are essential businesses, to make sure your car is functional
and they're still open
on the road.
And they're still
open. And they're also open in a sanitized environment also.
Yeah. Have you been getting a lot of calls from your member dealers, Dave? Are they hurting right now? Are people just staying away?
Well, they have not been. We represent the independent dealers.
Right.
We have almost 1,100 members, although we do have some new car franchisees that are members and some power sports
right.
that are members. But yeah, and because most of these guys are, they have 4 or 5 employees.
Yeah, they're hurting.
They've had to lay off their employees because obviously if nobody's coming in to look at cars, there's no need for the employee to be there.
Hey, Tom.
Yes.
Ask him about the financing question that comes up all the time when someone sells a car and then they basically trip it and bring it back.
That is a good question. He might, and again, I don't want to. Here's what I want to do, Dave. I'm not gonna submarine you here. So if you want to research, no, seriously, Dave. I know you called in because we want to help businesses, and that includes independent car dealers. But there is a question that comes up on the show a lot, and I had given a talk to the Colorado Automobile Dealers Association. Now that's different than the Independent Automobile Dealers Association, right? Years ago, I gave a talk on this, and we had some contracts where we took to court and beat the dealer because the dealer would make out. And Mark, this mostly happens, so you know, it does happen mostly on new cars. It's harder to do on a used car, but let me give you a scenario, Dave. Somebody goes in to buy a car, and the dealer writes up a finance deal, and the dealer's intent is to place that with one of his lenders. So he writes up the deal. He has a pretty good, most of them have a pretty good idea what they can get sold or not. But let's say in the times that they can't get it done, they call back the consumer and say, look, we were unable to get this placed. You need to bring in a cosigner or more money or a new contract. And you know exactly what I'm talking about, Dave. And then the consumer many times will go in and do a new deal. Or they pay the bailment on the car for the daily use up to 10 days. Or there's another thing. And in most of the contracts I've seen, it says under creditor, the car dealer's name, and it says an interest rate and a truth in lending and everything, a monthly payment, everything is on there. And I tell the consumer, in some of those cases, not all of them, but in some of those cases, the dealer has set themselves up to be the lender, and nowhere does it say it's contingent on the dealer selling the paper. It does say subject to approval. Yes, it does. But I make the argument that approval means the dealer approved you. The dealer gave you the car. The dealer is financing the car. The dealer handed the keys over to you for the car. And again, I don't want to rain on your parade. You called on another topic. And again, if this is something you don't want to talk about, we'll talk about it another time. But have you ever had those issues come up? Because all I suggested was it be more clear in the contract and make a consumer sign saying, hey, if you can't sell this paper or place this loan, then, I have to come up with another alternative. Instead, they leave the impression that it's a done deal. Have you ever addressed that?
Tom, that's a really good question, but the scenarios are all different. I will say the state of Colorado is a very good consumer-orientated state. There's some good practices put into place between to protect consumers and to protect dealerships also.
Well, there's a 10-day limit. There's a 10-day limit on bailment. That's a good one.
You have a 10-day limit, and also, I mean, a lot of times deals unable to get placed with lenders because there's been misinformation provided on the application.
I get it. I get
so
it.
A lot of times that happens. I will say that 99.9% of dealerships will work with you. The best form of advertising is a happy customer. And so nobody wants to have something not to go through the way it was laid out and it was the way it was promised to a customer.
But you guys
it can't be placed.
But you guys have a standard contracts that you use, don't you?
Mm-hmm. Well, there are different contracts. All of them vary. There are buy here, pay here dealers who do carry their own paper, and they do approve the people for unable to get financing through normal sources, through banks or through federal programs, and they will extend that credit to the consumers themselves, and that is a very big credit.
Yeah, all we're saying is a lot of times,
a lot of people.
What we're saying is a lot of times the dealers, even the ones who don't want to be a buy here, pay here, even if they don't want to be, the way they type up that paperwork is very suspiciously close to being a buy here, pay here, because nowhere does it say, hey, we're going to go sell this paper. And if we can't, we're coming back to you.
Tom, that's a legal question. I would refer you to our attorney, Mike McKinnon, who represents our association.
Yeah, I would love to talk to him sometime.
And a lot of those times, that is because there's improperly filled out paperwork.
Well,
if the paperwork is filled out properly, and the state has a disclosure form on it that states that you're taking delivery of this vehicle prior to financing being placed.
No, that not all of them say that. You're right. If they said,
right, if it's filled out properly.
If it's filled out properly and it says, you're taking the car before financing has been arranged, and if financing cannot be arranged, but then again, I hate talking to you about this, Dave, because it happens mostly with new cars. Used cars have a very difficult time doing this because normally they have to have those loans pretty well locked down because they take recourse a lot on these loans. So dealers don't want to be stuck with those. But in new car dealerships especially, they, honest to God, set themselves up as the lender, and I don't know why more consumers don't fight it when they get the old callback saying they roll the car, they trip the car, so the person now can't go somewhere else and buy. That's the whole idea of it. And then they turn around and tell them, oh well, you know what we promised you, we can't do that. You got to come in and tear that up and get a whole new one. And again, I would love to talk to your attorney, but I don't know. As I said, it very seldom happens with used cars, mostly new ones. But I would love.
But even with the new cars, Tom, I can assure you that they want to work with the consumers, and a lot of time it's because of misinformation on the application that they've gone off of. Most dealers do not want to enforce the bailment even because they want a happy customer.
Yeah,
but if somebody doesn't bring back their car as was promised and as they signed that they would, sometimes that's the only way they have to recover some of the costs they incur on going to secure that property back again. And
right now, Dave Cardella, let me. The original message, of course, you called about. Car dealers are open. They will do it by appointment. They can show you the car, let you drive it. They can do everything else remotely. They can do everything online. So if you have a dealer, if you go to a car lot, if you see something you like, you can call the dealers. They are open for business. Thank you, Dave. We appreciate that.
They're open for business. We appreciate having the opportunity.
Hey, I got one more question for him.
Your local business.
Okay.
Yep, go ahead.
Hey, so we get calls a lot on used cars that people claim are unsafe. In other words, the brake pads might be completely gone, or they got bald tires, or they bought it with a cracked windshield. And it seems to me we do have some legislature out there that says that they have to buy that car back or fix it. I'm just curious of your opinion on that.
Well, I don't believe any reputable dealer would sell a vehicle in that kind of condition. What we have taken place, unfortunately, in the state are what we call curbstoners. unlicensed people acting as
Yeah.
sales and selling
Got it.
vehicles through the Craigslist, through Facebook,
Skipping title.
through different avenues. Right, skipping title, and they represent themselves as selling a good quality automobile. I can tell you, the members of CIADA follow those guidelines on selling safe, reliable automobiles.
All right,
And
well,
that's why it pays to visit
Thanks,
one of our
Dave.
members with the CIADA emblem on their door.
Dave, thank
Hey,
you very
Daphne,
much.
get his info.
Yeah, we appreciate you, Dave. Thank you. So car dealers are open for business by appointment. They can do everything remotely. We have more coming right up.
Okay, yes, you are.
Yo, bro.
It's Antonius. You have.
Hey, did you see my chat to you?
Roofing loan coming in about a minute. Fast track.
Thank you.
With an unbelievable 375 rate and APR with our no closing.
I use a new,
That's right. No points.
I don't see it.
Fees.
What?
Something again.
Leslie Hoagland with Westland Financial, a trusted lender for over.
What'd you find out about the UV lights thing?
Refinance in the last year.
Yeah, they do it, and you can buy it. Tom, what do you think about that? Using UV lights.
Oh, I got to talk about that. I want to talk about it.
It's a good one. It's like they sell them.
I don't know if it works, does it?
Yeah, it says it does. It's
Let's
like
talk
30
about
minutes
it.
though.
Let's talk about it.
It does work.
669. That's 84.
Tom, because one of your sponsors was talking about having a UV light in their furnace.
10 seconds in the history of mankind. Call us
Dang
at
it.
844-425-30. Here we go. Excel Roofing Loan.
What was it?
Okay, do it again, Tom.
Was it?
Excel Roofing is the place to go for roofing. I've known Jake Bretz for many, many years, and he is open for business. It's an essential operation. It goes far beyond CDC guidelines for your safety. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Now more than ever, you need a roofer you can trust. You can trust Jay. You don't pay a cent until you're content. They're rock solid with their warranties too. I've used them on all my homes. And I've known the owner, Jake, personally. Now, Excel has been on the referral list since day one. When you need a roof, give them a call, 303-761-6400. You need them to take a look, 303-761-6400. And excelroofing.com, they also have attic fans that they use that are totally hands-free. They put them up there, they're solar charged, they come on and off when needed. That is a German-made fan, good for years and years and years, that will keep your home cool and warm depending on the season. excelroofing.com for your next roof, 303-761-6400.
Okay, Marcus, you are clear. With a Marcus by Goldman
clear.
Sachs, no penalty CD. Wait, there's a typo. No penalty CD?
So when I looked, it said 30 minutes at 41. You know, but like I say, I got to read this paper. There's a big paper on it.
1.7%? Let's just get through the script.
But
With Marcus by Goldman Sachs, no penalty CD. You get a fixed rate of 1.7% on your loan. There are no penalties if you throw your balance.
I suppose it could give you stuff that was skin, but you shouldn't be underneath it. I was thinking like in cars.
Yeah, but Dan, wasn't
penalty CD.
one of the sponsors advertised that they circulate the air, they have a UV filter or UV light in one of their products?
Oh, one of the sponsors?
Yeah, for something like ductwork.
Oh, the ductwork.
That's a, yeah. Yeah, that's, well, it was, someone was saying that.
Any insulation is beneficial.
Maybe it was somebody.
They put those UVs in the...
Yeah, they was.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
That's right.
Talking about premium injection foam designed to.
I was thinking, you know, they're going to sanitize the car before new people come in, they just stick it in there. And I got to read this paper.
30 minutes of exposure.
Well, like I say, I got to read that. That was just a quick thing that I've seen.
Utility savings of 30%.
There's a paper out there on it.
Soundproofing, freeze protection for pipes, and a Class 1 fire rating. Call now 720-676-6333.
It's only 2 pages, so.
No off gas.
It's 22 pages.
2 pages.
Owe it to yourself to check out Rocky Mountain Retro Foam. Check out the incredible video demonstration at foamyourwalls.com and call 720-676-6333. Foamyourwalls.com. That video made me a believer. Foamyourwalls.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy?
Okay, here they do it 20
The
minutes.
size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1979. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about
They use
$100
E.
to
coli.
$200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your
So people are doing the dumbest things
policy. Remember,
when they're bored, like that.
he's like you. Except
Oh, they're hitting a golf ball at me? Or hitting?
at 800-777-1979.
Back in about 1 minute, gentlemen.
1979 for $1 million in term
People are getting so
insurance
bored
that
with
you
putting all sorts of stuff on the internet.
800-777-1979. 800-777.
How did they pop out? How did they do it? They
Sponsored
stop
by
and say,
Discover.
oh, yeah.
We treat you like you treat you.
A beautiful next couple of days with
We look for
sunshine.
scissors, go
40
like that.
seconds.
That's
51
come out.
degrees.
It did, that's what it did. Oh,
Westward, high 71.
yeah, what?
I'm meteorologist Brooks Gardner, Fox 31.
I thought it,
Get
you
your
know, I
free
didn't
credit
realize, you
scorecard today, even
yeah,
if
what?
you're not a Discover customer. It includes your FICO credit score. And checking your scorecard won't hurt your credit. Learn more at discover.com/credit scorecard. Limitations apply.
Isolating ourselves? Keep it company. Denver's Talk
That's pretty
Station
funny.
at 6:30.
All right, here we go, gentlemen. You are up.
Hello, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter.
713-713-TALK, 713-8255. Here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, and make your life a little easier. And that's what we're doing each and every day. Let's go to the phones and see what we can do here. Mike Robinson is with Smith Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling in Colorado Springs. We like checking on our referral list members at referrallist.com to see how they're doing. Now, Mike, I know business has slowed down quite a bit. I'm hoping it's picking up again. People are confused about what you can do and what you can't do. So we want to check in with Smith. What's going on?
Hey, Tom. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
You're doing some incredible deals.
Still. Yeah, we're still open. So I want to let everybody know that. We're doing the plumbing, heating, air conditioning, and electrical. We got some great deals. We've, because of the time and nature of everything, we've gone ahead and lowered all of our prices on our service and our services and replacement by 25%. Plus, now we just introduced April 1st, 24 months, no interest and no payment. So basically for 2 years on anything someone does in their home,
wow,
and they qualify for financing, they do not have to come out of pocket 1 penny for 2 full years.
That's unbelievable.
Again, to give them the confidence, right, to make the decisions now knowing that we're going to be back to where things were at least 2 years.
Wow. So you're saying that 2 years is the same as cash, basically?
Basically, same as cash, 2 full years on any work we do now until the governor lifts the stay-at-home order.
And the 25% off, Mike?
And the 25% off.
That's crazy.
That is good. That's good. And that's for
I don't
plumbing,
know how he makes any
heating,
money.
cooling, and electric, right? Plumbing, heating, cooling, electric. Colorado Springs area. What is your service area, Mike?
We go from Monument down to Pueblo.
And this is
right
Smith's
along
Plumbing,
the
Heating.
I-25 corridor.
Smith's Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric, right?
Yes, sir.
And the number, 719-392-4269. 719-392-4269. Smith Plumbing, Heating, Cooling.com. When people are calling, what do they ask, Mike, the first thing? The first they ask, are you open, right?
Yeah, they do. They usually are saying, hey, you guys still running calls? And, of course, we are one of the essential services. So we are still running calls. But as you know, because of the uncertainty, people are a little hesitant to move forward with stuff. And that's why we've been running a lot of service. But there's a lot of opportunity for customers while they're home to go. Normally they're so busy they don't have time for it. Well, now they're home, but they're financially maybe a little concerned. So now what we've done is said, look, these are great prices. Don't feel like you have to wait because we know that for 2 years you don't have to pay a penny, but you're home. So let's go ahead and take care of those now. And that's why we came up with the 2 year. Actually, our lender did to help customers ease into that. So yeah, they're wondering if we're open, and then when we do go out, they're wondering if they can afford it. We're trying to make it very, very affordable.
Thank you, Mike. And we will, if anyone has any questions in the Springs area on any of these areas, we will have you on the phone available throughout the day. So if you have any questions in the Pikes Peak area, anything to do with plumbing, your heating, your cooling, your electric, give us a call. We are answering questions. We also have Mark Szymanski from Genesis Total Exteriors and asking about that. We do have some emails on that we can get to. But right now, Karen, what's going on with you? Hello, Karen.
Hello there.
What's going on?
Well, I have a vehicle that we let our daughter, she got her license, so we give that to her, and it got wrecked. So
now, wait a minute. What do you mean? It's her car or your car?
Well, it was our car, and we gave it to her.
So
and
it's in her
wrecked.
name. It's in her name?
Well, yeah, kind of. She actually signed it back.
Okay, well, whoever name it's in, that's the one that gets to donate it or junk it.
Yeah. So that would be us.
Okay, and you want to get rid of it?
Well, I want to make sure if I can get rid of it or if I can find somebody that wants to use it to fix it up.
Okay.
Because it's really not, I don't feel like it needs to be junked yet.
And okay, what's wrong with it right now, though?
The driver's side is wrecked. Just the front.
Okay.
The front
we have a
quarter
photo
panel.
of it up right now online on our Facebook and YouTube feed.
Yeah.
What were you going to say, Dan?
Hey, did you drive it, Karen? I know you were talking about to see if it pulled really bad.
You know what? I did not get a chance to drive it yet. I apologize.
223,000 miles, a 97 Toyota Corolla. You want to give it away?
Yeah, I want to. If someone would want to, I don't know if I should. I was thinking of like maybe donating it to Willie B or somebody that could fix it up.
I don't know if they fixed up these older cars like this. They might. I don't know how old and what condition they have to be in. A lot of these donation programs want a running car, some don't care, and I'm not sure. But if
do like cars for kids, and then you can take the tax write-off too.
Do they take wrecks?
Okay.
Do they take wrecks?
I think so.
Well, Willie B does too.
A lot of them say running or not. So.
Okay, well then you call any of those. The other thing is, if we have anyone listening, a 97 Toyota Corolla, and it has 223,000. Is it running fine as far as the engine?
Yeah, it was running really good. My husband was driving it 50 miles.
Got to go to break.
All right.
Started up.
I'll tell you what.
So,
if anybody calls us, Karen, we'll keep your name here. If anybody calls us, meanwhile, I think any of the donation programs are still taking cars. We have more coming up.
Clear, gentlemen.
So she didn't know what to do with it, donate it, sell it, or whatever. Step 13 with those guys, in the cars, they take it. They don't fix them though. They sell them? Yeah. Okay. They got to pay.
Impact traffic.
There are a couple of cone zones in the drive across town that will really slow things up noticeably on the Mile High system westbound I-70.
That's a good point.
Central Park.
All I can do is cars for kids, that's all I know.
There. Also, watch out for delays on the turnpike between Federal and Pecos. The left lane is blocked both directions.
So she didn't know if she wanted to, if anybody would buy it or whatever. I told her, if it's got front end damage and it pulls, I don't think anybody's going to want to put any money into it at all.
Tonight mostly clear overnight, and we're around 40 degrees.
Right
now we've got sunny skies.
Well, it is total. It is total. Well, see here, the picture.
Sponsored by Discover. We treat you like you treat you. Get your free credit.
Right. I don't think they want full coverage on it.
Customer.
But I guess what I'm saying is nobody is going to put money into that if it's got bad front end
At Discover.
damage. But it's got, look at the tires. Tires look good.
Limitations
I mean, for just like say a runaround, you should get $500 for it. You know.
That's a silly question.
Yes.
Of course you're concerned. Right now, hey Tom, can you get Mark? I'm trying to holler at him and get him on for this gas world. We've all
He's there.
ourselves in. Times we will give you the answers, and we will do it for free. Just call us at Edelman Financial Engines at 888-PLAN-REC. And by phone or video con, we'll give you
Oh, he must have
a
his.
review. We'll evaluate your current situation and your investment portfolio and tell you what you need to do right now. We've provided vital assistance to folks just like you through every financial crisis of the past 34 years, and we're here to help you right now. There's no obligation, but you do need to call us by tonight at 10 p.m.
Then there's a master, or if somebody called, they just left with, I tried calling them back, he said,
All right, Master Plumbers is a guy I really like. Let me tell you why. They give all kinds of great discounts. If you need any plumbing jobs, small or large, sewer replacements, they save up to 50% off the competition. On top of that, 24/7 emergency service and great discounts. Master Rooter Plumbing. Write the number down, 720-434-3406. 720-434-3406.
it's too loud for the thing.
Let's check in with our Scottish friends and find out how they're coping with their current.
Hey, Tom.
Yep, back on there, Michael.
Sorry, Mile High State Planning, long. That's going to be in about 2 minutes, but I'll give you a heads up.
Oh, Daddy!
Thank you.
Daddy,
No problem.
door! You're welcome. At work, Daddy?
There was a guy that called and said, hey, my main line is,
situation is serious, but don't forget to
he didn't really say what it was, I don't know what to do, and I tried calling him, and I left a message for him, but he never called back.
making weird noises. This is Dave Logan. If you're having issues with your garage door,
Yeah, that's one thing, boy. If your sewer line's backed up, it don't matter. You got to get someone out there.
Right.
Fucking good day in the market today, man. I'm up across all the counts almost 29 grand.
Replacement. Call Don's Garage Doors.
What is it, like 1,000? What's marked up, I guess I can look.
I haven't looked at it. I think 1,100-ish.
1180, it looks like, 1170 now. Well,
Everything's
To
up.
save money in the long run. It can also
not crude oil,
payment immediately.
No, what did that end up doing today?
down $1.73,
What's it at? 20 what?
26.
Rates are at or near the lowest.
I bet they come up with a deal today, don't you, or tomorrow?
Probably something, I tell you what, Saudi Arabia is an idiot. We used to think Russia was stupid, Saudi Arabia is stupid.
Your long term, meaning you're not paying.
Hey.
Oh, they are.
That's prejudice.
And they got that big IPO, you know, they IP'd,
Oh, that was here.
And so much.
what do you mean, that was here?
Wasn't that IPO on one of our exchanges?
No, I think it was on another one, but it trades on our exchanges, but I don't think they IPO'd it through there.
7,000. That's 303-695-7000.
It was like the biggest IPO ever,
It's in .net.
largest.
That's 182-334 regulated by the Division of Real Estate. Complimentary VIP value.
And I think it's only 5% of their,
We'll pick up your Land Rover,
Field.
leave you a loaner, perform the necessary services, and return it to you, all with the peace of mind that our team is taking the necessary precautions to protect you and your family. No appointment necessary.
All right, Tom, you got about 10 seconds.
Or at LandRoverDenver.com. Land Rover Denver.
Tom, you there?
Yep.
A color of
Gotcha, bro.
This pickup and delivery may not be available at all times or location.
All right, you are up.
MileHighEstatePlanning.com. That is a very, very important website. You know, this entire pandemic has all given us a reality check. Now, I don't want to strike fear or panic, but really, do you have directives? What would happen if something happened to you and you were incapacitated? Do you know what you want done with this, with this, with this? If you do not have an estate plan, even a simple will, MileHighEstatePlanning.com, they can get it done by FaceTime, Skype, Zoom, texts, and email. In fact, the number I'm going to give you, you can text or you can call. Nights, weekends, everywhere from Colorado Springs to Boulder and the entire Denver metro area, convenient appointments. You know what? Blake Harris is our expert. You should use him. 720-924-6171. Again, you can text the number. 720-924-6171. MileHighEstatePlanning.com.
ExcelRoofing.com. All right, gentlemen, we are back.
Denver's talk station.
Online at khout.com.
All right, here we go.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303.
713 Talk, 303-713-8255. Okay, Mark, what are you talking about, this landlord? What are you talking about? Is there a landlord?
Well, it says Betty on line 4, her power was turned off today by her landlord, and that's crap right now.
Betty, is that true? Betty.
Yes, that is true.
Now, wait a minute. How long you been in the RV park?
About 4 years.
Is it an RV park or a trailer park or a combination?
It's an RV park, campground.
How long have you been there that long, and were you ever behind before on rent or payments?
No, this is a new landlord that just took over at the beginning of February.
Okay, when he took over, what was your rent situation?
We were paid in full, caught up.
For February?
Yes, for the entirety of our stay.
Well, when is your stay expired?
It's a month to month.
That's what I'm
we
asking.
don't have a
Betty,
lease.
help me understand this. He took over in February. Were you paid through February?
Yes.
You were paid through February.
Yes, and our rent was due at the beginning of March.
And you paid it?
Paid that.
Did you?
Yes.
And you paid that. And then did that include utilities?
The utilities are included in the rent.
Okay. And did you pay April?
No, that's where we're in trouble now.
So 6 days? 6 days this guy kills your electric?
Yes, that is correct.
What a dirtbag.
Now, wait a minute. Did he turn... Okay. Did you explain to him... Now, were you in trouble because of the virus? Is that the problem, Betty?
No, actually, my husband got diagnosed in December with partial paralysis. He's on a temporary disability, but we have no income.
Okay, so this has nothing to do with the virus. So how were you making your payments?
Through our parents. His dad and my dad were helping us out with the bills.
And
what happened?
What happened for April, dear? What happened?
His dad is on a fixed income on disability. My dad just lost all of his money in the stock market.
Okay. What is your hope for the future, even if you could get it paid for April?
Well, the husband's on temporary disability, she said.
But is he getting paid anything? In other words, what's your plan? If somebody paid April, what's your plan for May?
Hopefully he can get back to work by then. He has surgery on Wednesday. It's a fairly quick recovery.
What does he need done?
He's getting a double fusion in his neck
my
from
God.
collapsed and disc.
What does he do for work?
Normally he's a forklift operator, but lately he's been a clerk in in a gas station, but they won't let him return.
Can you
What's
work?
that?
Can you work?
No. I suffer from a debilitating anxiety disorder.
God, this virus isn't helping things. You guys staying healthy, you staying, and the landlord would not work with you. Well, for what reason? Now,
I can't believe 6 days.
No, I understand that, but now listen. Let's look at it from this sense. He wants you out of there, doesn't he, Betty?
Yes. Anybody who isn't perfectly on time with their rent every month, he's basically holding our electricity ransom until we can pay the rent.
What's the name of this park?
Yeah.
It is Falcons Landing RV Park. It used to be the Loveland Station Campground, but they changed the name of it when they took over.
Okay, what's the name, dear? I need the name again.
Falcons Landing
Falcon.
RV Park.
Well,
and how much do you owe for April?
What was that?
How much do you owe for April?
$643.
What kind of an RV do you have?
It is a camper trailer. We would need a truck to move it.
Listen, I feel really bad here because here's what I'm trying to figure out. We can probably raise this money we have money in our charity account if we verify your story, but you need a plan.
She'll be in the same spot.
Yes, you need a plan. You need a plan.
Yes.
Oh my God. It's just, okay.
I don't know if I should call the police because it violates the landlord-tenant responsibilities that they're supposed to provide habitable.
We're going to call them. Look, let's start by calling them, okay? And
what town is this? Is this El Paso? Or county,
It's in Johnstown, Colorado.
Oh.
Yeah.
Tom, when it comes to landlords right now, technically, are they allowed to evict or turn electricity off?
They're not allowed to turn power off, but there is no requirement on eviction. They can evict them. Betty,
Man, they got her right by the balls on this deal.
Is your husband there?
Yes, he is.
Now, why did you wait so long for that surgery? Do you know? You're on Medicaid, I hope.
Yes, he has Medicaid. There was a waiting list, and then it got bumped back because of the COVID-19 virus.
So this is part of the COVID thing, or he would be back to work, right? Does he have a job?
Sure, yes.
Does he have a job to go back to if he's better?
Yes, he does.
Okay, let's talk. Can I talk to him? What's his first name?
I will give it right now. Here you go.
What's his first name?
My name's John.
John, have you been working the last several years?
Yes, I have. I've had a steady job before a recent let go with it, and then as soon as I got out of that, I got right back into another job as a clerk. I started losing my balance, being able to walk and really do anything physically in December, and I've been off of work because they won't allow me to come in to work with them, even though I'm still employed with them.
Are you on workers' comp? Did you get workers' comp?
No, this is an injury from a long, long time ago. It has nothing related to any job that I've had.
How about unemployment?
No, because I have a job.
Well, they can't say you have a job and not pay you or let you show up.
Listen, I want you to apply for unemployment. Here's what we need to do, man. We need to get you a plan. Do you understand that? This month is not the plan. This month is an emergency to get your month paid. But then we got to get you a plan for for May.
Yeah.
So what is your plan for May? Do you truly believe you can have surgery in the middle of the month and be ready to work May 1st?
From what my doctor's been telling me, I can do weeks recovery time, and I can at least start walking and operate a register, which is what my job title is right now, as a cashier.
You know, John, I applaud you for wanting to go back to work. Mark, can Suzanne check our charity account when we get a chance? We got more coming right up. Hold on, we got more coming right up.
All right, gentlemen, you are clear.
Now, I thought you were going to talk.
Sponsored by Discover. We treat you like you treat you.
One crash and some construction clogging up the drive in a couple
I just read her
across town.
email.
Got a highway crash
But she had more.
outside of I-70 at Federal blocking.
He said these new owners, he didn't say that they were turning first
Past
call.
the crash site, the drive opens up heading out towards I-25.
He said that
Looks like there's still 2 lanes blocked, the left lanes westbound I-70. Solid back.
No, they turned her call off. She didn't say it was hers.
Westbound between Broadway and Federal as well. The weather forecast, going to be sunny, nice today with a high of 73. Tonight mostly clear. Right now, sunny skies.
She said that this guy is yelling at a lot of people and a whole bunch of stuff. I can send you
Even if
the
you're not a Discover customer, it includes your FICO credit score. And checking your scorecard won't hurt your credit. Learn more at discover.com/credit scorecard.
It was sold to a new person. Right. I don't know if this manager is the owner or what.
K&H Home Solutions realizes this is a tough time.
Why do you think they're not working?
Yeah.
Your Wi-Fi repeaters. What do you mean?
My little repeaters that were plugged into my router.
Why were they not working? Oh, I thought they were working.
No, my Wi-Fi repeaters stopped working when I did the new.
Oh.
And there's no reason. They just need an internet connection. I guess they have to be reset or something. Whenever you put up with your pipe, you pop it.
Yeah, I got to reprogram. And same thing happened up with my tablet.
Schedule a private virtual appointment. You gotta do them just like your first bottom. 303-421-71. Okay.
Hey, Tom. Rates continue to drop. Have you?
He just stepped out.
Are you still waiting?
Did you go to the executive?
No, he went outside.
Lower fees and low rates. You
Hey,
deserve.
what do you do any research about those UV lights for disinfection? I wonder why a guy should, like, you go have your car worked on, stick it in there for 30 minutes and just,
Transferred from one.
I heard it.
Oh, good.
I turned it down when it got warm. Remember, I don't live here.
Right.
So I'm sorry, guys.
We're the home of one of the fastest growing lights in Colorado. The asset manager. Switching to this.
No, I forgot to turn it on. I forgot to turn it back up. I turned the heat up. I had it down. Yeah, but it got cold in here.
You just put a snow boots on.
Dan and I are going OSHA.
What's the heat walker? So I feel bad for you. What do you can do in May?
For a whole song in May.
That's because we can still do all over now.
With Quicksilver, you're
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
5% cash back on every purchase, everywhere.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's the spirit. The Capital One Quicksilver.
No, it's not overmodulated now.
What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Capital One Banks,
You talking about online, honey?
The way we're all going about doing things these days has changed.
Testing. Hello. Hi.
Is Lowe's commitment to our customers.
Hello. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
We're here.
Guys, yes, sorry, did you call for us?
Need for private home repairs
Hi.
and products to help keep your home safe.
Can you put the single shot on for a second?
You can
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2.
It's delivered to you.
What?
Home is as important to us
What?
as it is to you. And we're in this together. Don't miss
Are we overmodulating on there?
I haven't. Here, let me look it up.
Hold on, Mark. So just wait. We're checking it.
I'm consumer advocate Tom Martin.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Recommendations like that. Brent Ivinson started Ideal.
I don't think we're overmodulated.
And he's more committed.
Well, I'm talking regular. I talk loud when I'm on the air. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Lower it a little more, bro. All right. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
No complaints.
We haven't had any complaints. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, honey. Thank you. Anyway,
To shop for your
what's
He
happening?
simply wants a shot at your business because he knows
It's not
he can
horrible.
offer a better deal.
It's actually not bad.
Yeah, Triple C just said here, yeah, look, sounds fine.
Ideal Home Loan, idealhomeloans.com.
I got a message last night that one of my friends passed away.
It's a topic that
From
so many
non-
people are
His wife said
When is a good time to
non-COVID.
actually start cutting back on your
It
cable?
must have been hard
There's
back
so
because
many
it's 3
different
o'clock in the
options
morning.
out there.
And we're trying to figure out what they're doing at funerals
Even
now.
to and including, you
Oh.
Back on in 1 minute, gentlemen.
Thanks.
may, you may actually be paying more for streaming
I mean,
services
the guy last time
than
I
you
saw
pay for
him,
cable.
he's one of my poker buddies. He looked healthy and everything. What did they do at that funeral?
On 630 cable. As we all deal with a new way of life, Denver's talk station wants to help you pay your bills. Listen for up to 12 chances every day to text and win $1,000. Sponsored by Wind River Spas on 630 cable.
Yeah.
If you're stuck,
3,500 is the answer.
a new hot tub from Wind River Spas.
3,500.
And
Is
with
what?
Wind River Spas, you can build and price your hot tub.
Oh, okay. In the charity account.
While supporting
Okay.
a Colorado family-owned business.
See.
Learn more at windriverspas.com. Ask Ask Alexa to play 6:30
You need a
KM.
plan.
Then you can hear Michael Brown straighten out the liberal left this afternoon at 2.
Getting 630 KM from iHeartRadio.
Denver's talk
Can
station.
you call a mobile home park? Here's the number on that.
All right, gentlemen, 3
Can you doc?
Yeah, and what should I tell them?
You're up.
Just get them online.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK,
303-713-8255. Okay, now, we're talking to Betty and John, who have a problem with their power. I just want to remind everyone, this is an important time to remind people that One Clear Choice Garage Doors is here for you. They are an essential part of business. They are keeping garage doors working. That is a critical item. OneClearChoiceDoors.com if you have a broken spring or you need a service, an inspection. One Clear Choice Doors, new openers, new doors. They're great people. OneClearChoiceDoors.com, open for business. Now, Betty, John, whoever's on the phone, talk. Okay.
Yes.
Now, I want to check out your story, and we need a plan. We don't like filling a boat or bailing out water in a boat that has a big hole in it. We want to help. We're not set up to help once you fall off the cliff. We are set up to help people like you who haven't quite fallen off the cliff, and your husband sounds like a hard worker and wants to go back to work. We're going to make arrangements to pay your rent at the Troubleshooter Network here.
Okay, thank you so much.
Well, thank you guys for calling us before it got critical. I mean, you know, the power is off. We're calling this park to try to arrange payment. Now, we might have to do an ACH or something. We want to pay your April rent for you.
Can you send us something about your upcoming surgery or your husband, something that shows the surgery?
You understand, Betty, we need to verify your story, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then we're going to verify. Deputy Doc, tell him we're gonna pay the rent for April. Deputy Doc, make sure we've got to get it off the air from Daphne. Daphne, could you put up their last name? Put them on hold now and get their last name. We want to call the park and tell them we're paying the rent. Betty, John, listen. We want you to keep moving forward. We don't want you to be homeless. Okay? 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Richard says, this is surprising. Richard, are you there?
Yes, Tom, I am.
Now, are you saying consumer hoarding is a myth?
Yes.
What do you mean by that? I've seen it. I mean, you can't buy toilet paper. You can't buy wipes. You can't buy anything.
Right. Okay, well, let me start off first by saying I'm not an expert in this area. I have nothing to do with supply chains or retail stores or anything.
Okay.
But my expertise is in thinking, reading, and comprehending information.
Okay.
Oh, Lord.
So tell us what you're saying.
Well, I've been listening to you a lot over the past few weeks, and specifically with regard to this information about coronavirus and what's going on in the public.
Can you hold on and give us... No, really, I think we're going to run out of time. In fact, I know we are. But, Richard, I want to know what you mean by consumer hoarding being a myth and your special gift of interpreting information. I want you to hang on. Seriously, we'll come to you and more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. I'm Tom Martino. Remember, this is the only show of its kind set up to help people, and we especially shine during this time.
Are you concerned about the impact of COVID-19?
Clear.
Well, we were due for someone that was bananas.
Silly question.
Who's bananas?
This guy.
Right now, you need to know if your retirement strategy...
Oh, he has special powers? He has bananas, or he is bananas?
And for what might come next. So, to help you during these difficult times, we will give you the answers, and we will do it for free. Just call us at Edelman Financial Engines at 888-PLAN-RIC, and by phone or video con, we'll give you a free retirement review. We'll evaluate your current situation and your investment portfolio and tell you what you need to do right now. We've provided vital assistance like this to folks just like you through every financial crisis of the past 34 years, and we're here to help you right now. There's no obligation, but you do need to call us by tonight at 10 p.m. Call 888-PLAN-RIC. That's 888-PLAN-RIC, and call us right now.
Portions of the following program will be recorded.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW, Denver,
An iHeart radio station.
ABC News. I'm Clayton Sandell. Hospitals in New York seeing a surge in COVID patients, a dire situation that's expected to get worse in the next few weeks. But today, Governor Andrew Cuomo says there is a sign the strict stay-at-home measures are beginning to work. The numbers for a second day possibly showing a flattening of the curve.
Well, none of this is good news. The possible flattening of the curve is better than the increases that we have seen.
Cuomo says that doesn't mean it's time to stop the stay-at-home measures. Other states are also seeing a rise in cases and strain on hospitals. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer says most of the cases are in highly populated areas like Detroit.
As of today, nearly 80% of the positive COVID-19 cases are in Wayne, Oakland, and Macomb counties. Over 40% of our total population lives in the same area.
This is ABC
Tom, what do you want me to
Public
tell
health
you,
officials are urging religious leaders to trade their houses of worship for cyberspace. That is
What do you want me to tell you?
its response.
In Kentucky, a Baptist church threw open its doors yesterday. About 50 members showed up.
We want to make
This year's dire prediction about the Reverend Jack Roberts.
Spread the virus, and at Christmas he's going to have fewer people in his congregation.
In
Well, how
Bristol,
come
Texas,
to have you call back?
the glory of God.
No, Suzanne.
Available preacher
Suzanne,
now
back
was
on.
preaching
Talk
only
to
through a
Suzanne first to
webcam.
make sure.
The
That
families
will
are
raise
sending
his
pictures of
Yeah,
themselves,
okay.
pictures placed in the pews.
If they weren't there, I'd be looking on empty pews.
Now Eldred can see his flock and vice versa. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
During these days of social distancing, many of us are holding meetings online, and now Microsoft has simplified its Skype video call service. You don't need to create an account or download any software. Users can get unlimited Skype meetings by generating a link with just one click and sharing it with participants. Clayton Sandell, ABC News.
When you're diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, a lot of questions run through your mind. What am I going to do? What are my options? What did I do wrong? We've had those thoughts too, but some questions can help you move forward. Visit findyourmbcvoice.com for an interactive guide to help you learn the next steps to take after an MBC diagnosis and how to ask the questions that lead to an open and informed conversation with your doctor. Start finding your voice today at findyourmbcvoice.com. This is Joanne Jenkins, CEO of AARP. The coronavirus continues to affect us all, and we are here actively supporting you and your community. Every day, we're providing trusted information from top health experts, sharing tools to help protect families from fraud, and creating resources to support family caregivers everywhere. As always, you can count on AARP to advocate for you and your family. Join us and stay connected at aarp.org/coronavirus.
KHOW News Time, 12:03.
Governor will be holding a televised address tonight to talk to Coloradans about the state's response to the coronavirus outbreak.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Little is known about the actual content of his speech.
Okay, bye.
Currently, there are nearly
Yeah,
5,000 cases of COVID-19 across the state. 140 people have died. Students in Denver area school districts are staying out of the classroom for the remainder of the school year due to the pandemic. Colorado Education Association President Amy Baca-Ohlert says switching to remote learning presents big concerns for at-risk families.
The school is the only place where they receive a warm meal during the day. Or the school is the place where they receive
that was a long time ago.
the school-based health center.
A recent union survey found 86% of teachers were concerned about students not having meals. RTD making changes due to the coronavirus outbreak. The transit agency will switch to rear door boarding and exiting on buses, which will provide another layer of social distancing between riders and operators. Fare collection is also being suspended. I'm Chad Hoffman.
Now, impact traffic.
There's a couple of spots to watch out for when you drive across town. Got a crash being cleared on the eastbound side of I-70 approaching Federal. Not seeing any major delays at this time. Just travel through there with caution. You could have got the crash off to the side of the road there. Also, watch out for delays on northbound I-25. Have been heavy on the north end, either side of 104th at this time. Westbound I-70 approaching Central Park. 2 left lanes remain blocked off for road work there. And delays on the turnpike both directions between Federal and Broadway. Again, construction culprit on that stretch. The weather forecast, sunny today, nice with a high near 73. Right now, sunny and nice and 63. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 KHOW.
Sponsored by Discover. We treat you like you treat you. Get your free credit scorecard today, even if you're not a Discover customer. It includes your FICO credit score. And checking your scorecard won't hurt your credit. Learn more at discover.com/credit scorecard. Limitations apply.
Joseph A. Lazara, attorney at law. Why do you need to know Joe? I hope you don't. In fact, I hope you never need him. But put his name in your wallet or remember the name for any stupid friends or neighbors, or if you just made a dumb mistake. Joe is a criminal defense attorney. Hey, we've heard of
Okay, Suzanne's on top of it.
Right? We've heard of assault charges being leveled, domestic violence being leveled, shoplifting. We've heard of DUI. When things don't go perfectly in your life. Look, no one condones that activity, but not everyone accused is guilty. Sometimes rights are violated. Whatever it is, Joe Lazara, though, will represent you. He's not going to preach to you like I just did. He'll just help you. If you...
Back on in 1 minute, gentlemen.
Say let him do it, please. You cannot handle these things alone. Flat fees on everything. LazaraLegal.com or 303-429-6200, 303-429-6200. LazaraLegal.com. That's 2 Z's and 1 R. LazaraLegal.com. Go with the sure thing. Excel Roofing. 303-761-6400. It started with a call. And you called because you needed stuff. What did you call? Tell us what you called about. For help.
Grocery deliveries for like my mom.
We're going to get someone to help you. You need food delivered. Denver's Talk Station and Catholic Charities. Look, he's 70.
30 seconds, guys.
Have health problems? Helping those in need. I'm glad we were able to help. We'll continue to help. Find out how you can help too at khow.com and ccdenver.org/COVID-19. iHeartRadio wants to help with a chance at $1,000. Text the nationwide.
All right, Tom, Mark, you guys there? Here we go.
Fundraising.
Yeah.
Confirmation text info. Standard.
All right.
Apply in this nationwide contest. That's thanks to 200-200. This is the
You guys are up.
Now, Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
Hello, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Welcome to the only show that's kind to anywhere in the universe. Solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints. We've been set up for help long before this pandemic, and we are here to help you in any and all things. We're arranging to pay for rent for a couple. A woman has a chronic disorder, some kind of mental setback here for anxiety. The husband has a bad neck and paralysis and getting a surgery and wants to go right back to work. We're trying to pay for his rent for April to get their power turned back on. It was turned off at a mobile home park or a RV park. We're going to keep you abreast of that, and if ever you donate to our charity account, every penny is used for people who need help. And this hour brought to you by realcbdthatworks.com. Listen, I want to tell you about Real CBD That Works, something they're doing. This is an incredible information I just found out. That Panacea Life Sciences is procuring, with their power, of course, they're procuring face masks and other things that they're going to make available to the public. Listen to this. During this time of crisis, Panacea Life Sciences, those are the ones that make the CBD products, the real CBDthatworks.com. Put my name, TOM, in the promo code, get 25% off. Real CBD. Here. Panacea Life Sciences is pleased to do our part to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic by leveraging our existing core competencies to source critical products, meaning they're using their talents. They're going to make available to people hand sanitizers, consumer and medical, in individual or bulk, fast response testing kits, you heard me, gloves, N95 masks, surgical masks, ventilators, and peroxide cleaning materials. Located in Golden, Colorado, Panacea Life Sciences occupies the former Environmental Protection Agency laboratory that they retrofitted to good manufacturing practice requirements for Panacea products. It's a woman-owned business. They have the education, manufacturing, testing, and fulfillment capabilities in the laboratory. And under normal conditions, they manufacture CBD products. However, we believe it is important to do what we can to address the pressing need for critical medical supplies around the country by leveraging our expertise in strategic sourcing, inventory management, and manufacturing and testing of products. So, we have switched our manufacturing capabilities to produce hand sanitizers and some special cleaning products. There's a purchase form you can get. You need to contact Panacea Life Sciences. They require for large quantities 50% down. They're making them available at value pricing, but individuals can also buy things. And again, Panacea Life Sciences and their products can be accessed at realcbdthatworks.com. Again, this is not yet available, but they're making them available. Hand sanitizers, testing kits, gloves, masks, ventilators, and peroxide cleaning materials. Panacea Life Sciences is in Golden. That's major news. Let's go to the phones. Richard ended the last hour, by saying he believes consumer hoarding might be a myth. He said his talent is basically digesting information. Isn't that what you said, Richard?
Yes, it is.
Richard, what did you do for a living?
Oh, I spent over 30 years as a consultant on large corporate employee retirement plans.
Oh, okay.
So I spent many hours a day reading and interpreting and digesting, as you say, federal laws and regulations.
Okay.
And also legal documents for large corporations.
What did you call us about today?
Okay, so it directly relates to something I read this morning, and it was in regards to defining what is, according to this article, the myth of consumer hoarding, specifically with regard to toilet paper, which has been such a topic of debate, not only on your show, but just around the country, as stores were stripped.
Yeah, I don't see how you call it a myth.
Okay, so in the beginning, yes, I think we're all aware, and we did see pictures of consumers leaving grocery stores with 3 shopping carts full of toilet paper.
That's right, and that's why we ran out.
Right, so that definitely was hoarding on the part of those consumers.
Right.
But at this point, that was like a month ago or 5 weeks ago that happened.
They're still doing it. As soon as it comes on the shelves, they all buy it, whether they need it or not.
Well, but many stores now are limiting people to just one package. So here's the gist of this article. It boils down to 3 main points.
Okay.
The first is, and I think we can all agree, that in the realm of toilet paper, there's basically 2 manufacturing and distribution roads for a company, either commercial or consumer. Right?
So far, I'm not hearing any world-shaking news here. So,
I'm not hearing anything.
Get to the point
the company,
Go ahead. What's new here?
The factory is either set up to make commercial or consumer grade toilet paper.
Okay.
And it's very difficult, if not impossible, for that factory to change over its production to consumer. And during this crisis, I think it's safe to say that we've seen a monumental shift away from commercial, which was supplying office buildings, restaurants, stores, schools, all of that. They were supplying that side of the production.
Okay.
The other side, consumer, was being handled by a totally different paper mill that was set up for that purpose of making only consumer-grade toilet paper. Okay?
And?
Second point.
Well, you didn't make a point, Richard. You told me that there's commercial and there's consumer. What point did you make?
Well, this monumental shift.
What monumental shift? From commercial to residential. What does that have to do with consumer hoarding?
Well, here's the second point.
There's no first point to begin with, but go ahead with your second point.
All right. Within those two supply lines.
Yes.
Virtually every paper mill that is supplying either commercial or consumer was already running at maximum capacity. That's how most of these industries run.
Okay.
They run 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, cranking out consumer toilet paper based on existing demand that has been established over decades.
Okay, so what does that mean? Why do we have more demand now?
They have no capacity to increase the amount of consumer toilet paper they can make.
Okay.
So, if all of a sudden we're using 50% more consumer toilet paper because everybody's at home.
We're not using more. We're not using more.
Yes, because everybody...
Oh my God, I'm going to hang myself and go to the dentist.
You're saying there's more people at home, therefore using more consumer products. Consumer products were tapped 100%, so they shifted commercial to making consumer, and they're still short. Therefore, what?
No, they cannot. They cannot. The factories cannot shift from making consumer or from making commercial to consumer. They're already maxed out.
Okay, but they can sell. Well, hold on. But the commercial demand has lessened, right?
Yes.
Okay, so they can sell those commercial products to retail stores, can't they?
No, we all go into these restrooms at an office building, and it's not something that can fit on our dispenser at home. It's a wagon wheel-sized roll of
Sometimes it is.
Apply.
I don't even know what you're saying. So, Richard, there is consumer hoarding. The whole point of your call was to think that hoarding is a myth. It's not a myth. It's happening. People are taking more than they need. That's hoarding.
They were initially, but now they don't even have...
Got to go to break.
Generally, because you go in the store and there's either none there...
Okay, why, how about no pasta? How about no pasta? How about no ground beef? How about no paper products at all? How about no sanitizer? Is that a myth?
No, those, again, we're talking about the industry of making toilet paper.
Richard, listen, Richard, God Almighty.
Concepts apply to other industries.
Thank you for calling. You know what? This is 5 minutes I'm never going to get back in my life. We got more coming up.
You guys are clear. Tom, you got to pull the lock on every top 45.
I think I'm done with it because of listening to that. No one's saying you think they have to be expensive when you use these most commercial users still have regular rolls, just not the same quality. Right.
Due to the general...
But that's not, people were reporting strike.
Discount heating and cooling is providing a shared treatment service.
I think what you're trying to say is more people are doing their business at home.
Registered
But the commercial will be running.
install hospital grade.
Right, you said they can't. It's hard for them to switch over. No, I'm saying they don't have to.
Call
You get a roll of
303-1090. That's
It's unreadable.
305-6.
It's just not the same quality. That's all. He's saying they don't sell.
All right, John Fuller, Fuller Law is a personal injury attorney, and you need him now more than ever because don't sit on your rights. John Fuller, Fuller Law, is here to help. Now, here's what you need to know about John Fuller. Not only is he here to help, but he can do it safely and remotely. The entire staff is working online for you. You can contact them by phone, and everything can be done online. Don't sit on your rights. They have doctors that are still open and providing extra safety precautious care. They can do telemed, and they can take your case. If you've been injured in an auto accident or in any way and you need help, get a full evaluation from John Fuller on what your case is worth. Do not sit on your rights. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500. You can trust John. I've been working with him for years. PersonalInjuryCO.com.
Let's check in.
All right, you're clear.
Find out how they're coping with the current crisis.
Daddy, it's an emergency! The neighbors are walking up the driveway. I think they're going to ask for more toilet paper.
Daddy, hand me the social distancing equipment.
Here you go, Daddy. But hurry, they're almost at the front door.
Yes.
Let's bring that guy back up. That was fun.
They're running away.
I know the
Mark, he gave me your private number. He's calling you at home. He wants to have lunch with you.
Rates continue to drop. Have you...
No, I see his point, but it's pretty good. Set it in 30 seconds versus 5 minutes.
And low rates. You deserve it. Call 720-895-0500, where we have been serving Colorado since 2001. We are locally owned and operated. We know Colorado, and we know how to help. Have you tried to get a loan and been treated
So I can't believe that they wouldn't.
transferred from one person to another?
could.
Vague answers? Feel like no one is listening?
Ford is switching over to a ventilator. And they don't think a commercial toilet paper can switch over to consumer. This is here.
The fastest growing loans in Colorado, the asset manager. More Coloradans are switching to this loan than any other. Why? It allows you to pay thousands less in interest, have lower payments, access your equity for 30 years, and own your home in half the time. Find out why it could work for you. Affordable interest mortgage. Call 720-895-0500 now and keep more of your money. And MLS 288-191, regulated by Equal Credit Lending.
Roofing is essential to get it done the right way while keeping social distancing and pregnancy to survive. Been recommending nearly 30 years. Excel is open for business, assigning one project and one free candidate to complete in these uncertain times, depend on Excel. Been operated 27 years.
You said they're nice, Suzanne?
Installation and solid warranties. I've known the owner, Jay Briggs, from the beginning.
You said they're nice?
I've trusted him on my
They're
own.
not.
We're trying to figure out paying
Right, but
really nice people, but
Excel.
it's not as easy as you think.
No, I guess what I'm asking.
Until you're content. 303-761-61. Excel
We're trying to figure a way to get you guys paid to a tax rate. You don't want to mess with your They have the power to garnish your paycheck, levy your bank accounts, and even take your own business. That's all true, but thankfully, they're offering a way out, the Fresh Start Initiative. If you qualify, it could save you thousands. We're the experts on tax relief. We will fight to get you the best possible tax settlement. Call 800-960-1575. 800-960-1575.
Tax relief. I'm Tom Martino for Ideal Home Loans for your next Ideal Home Loan, because Ideal wants to make sure if they do a refinance for you, they put you in a better position than you were in before.
And being in a better position than you were before means you
This
have a
trailer
shorter
park's
term
made a
loan.
bunch of ashes, I think. We're gonna find out.
Maybe consolidated some debt, and then they can tell you how to pay off that portion of the principal faster. They also have credit optimization, where they can help you tweak your credit. It just takes a few hours to get you even better pricing, or they...
Back on in 1 minute, gentlemen.
I'm sorry,
Rates go down even further. They
I
will refinance you free of charge over the next 2
I
years.
guarantee
Give them a call, 303-867-7000, whether you are
Phone number?
refinancing or buying, and check out their pre-approval. If you're buying, it's like a cash offer. Yes.
If you need to know for the park, do you have that number?
You need is the 303-867-7000, 303-867-7000.
And they gave me the owner's number because apparently there were
Sponsored by Discovery.
messages on Facebook.
Beautiful next couple of
They
days.
probably
Bright
got called
sunshine.
too.
The high today 71 degrees. Tonight down to 48. Tomorrow, rinse and repeat. The high 71.
Hey, Mark, you could do that Zelle stuff, just do it from a personal and write a check out to you.
Even if you're not a Discover customer, it includes your FICO credit score. And checking your scorecard won't hurt your credit. Learn more at discover.com/credit scorecard. Limitations apply.
Denver's talk station.
All right, gentlemen, here we go.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Please remember
The Art of Granite is still there to take orders. The Art of Granite can have countertops in just 2 weeks. Home improvements have been deemed essential. TheArtOfGranite.com. They can do everything remotely. 303-386-5919. TheArtOfGranite.com. Listen, folks. Basically, referralist.com is your source of really good, dependable, safe people in business. Genesis Total Exteriors is still in business. They can do remote estimating. They have software that can tell how much siding and windows you need and all of that. And he's standing by, Genesis, if you have any questions. Meanwhile, let's talk about where we're helping businesses as well, and we will help you. Bennett, you have a tax question. Go ahead.
Hey, real quick, Tom.
Yes.
This trailer park, or RV park, I should say, Falcons Landing, it's becoming an issue. We're trying to get this thing paid. They say they'll only take one form of payment, so I called back to figure out if there's any way we could do something else, because the one form is very hard to do, and all of a sudden they're saying because of some messages on Facebook that I got to call the owner now and blah, 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 and of course she doesn't answer when I call over there.
What do you mean messages on Facebook from our listeners?
I guess on their Facebook page there's been some messages.
Well,
let's face it, they cut this couple's electricity off after 6 days. And we're willing to pay them today. I can give them a credit card, we can mail them a check, I can pay them numerous ways, but I can't do this Zelle.
Why are they being jerks?
I don't know. I have a message into the owner. Hopefully she calls me back, but I wanted to give everybody a heads up. At first I thought we'd have this handled and the electricity back on, but the owner and the management is not making it easy.
What, have people gone to their Facebook page and dumped on them?
I have no idea.
Well, they should. Turning off electricity during a time like this in 6 days, it's ridiculous. And what is the form of payment they're talking about? Mark, what's the form of payment? They said only one form of payment. What is that? Do you know? Anyway, he just went away from the camera. He's working on this. 303.
Yeah.
What's the one form of payment, Mark?
I think it's called Zelle or something.
Okay.
And the problem is, here's the problem. They do not do business accounts. So I guess if we had to, we could run it through one of our personals and then just reimburse our personal. But I'm shocked they can't do an ACH, a credit card, or we'll put a check in the mail and it'll be there in 2 or 3 days. But we need the power back on now.
Yeah, Deputy Doc has a Zelle account too. We can. Yeah, he can send the money. We can reimburse him. Bill, what did you want to talk about? Go ahead, Bill.
Let me throw something out there first.
Oh, Bennett. This is Bennett. Sorry. Bennett, go ahead.
Hey, Tom, I just have a quick question. And by the way, I love your show.
Thank you, sir.
Days from you know when. Anyway, my question is, I had cancer. They supposedly have it removed. My question is, I made like 40-some trips for radiation, chemo, and all that. Can that be tax deductible or not?
Yes. Your trips are, your mileage can be deducted on the medical reimbursement rate, which is less than the business rate. I think it's around 22 cents a mile, but you look it up. Just look for medical reimbursement mileage, and that's deductible along with all your expenses and your medicines, yes.
Oh, the medicines are also deductible.
Everything is. Yeah, all your medical expenses are unless your medicines are paid for by a plan.
Well, we have a very good insurance company, and I mean...
Yeah, well then, your medical expenses are only expenses, not what you're billed, but what you pay.
Hey, Tom, I love your show. I love your
How
staff.
are you doing?
You guys are fantastic.
What do you mean they got the cancer? That's great news. What did they do?
Well, Tom, I was having a pain in my chest. It was like something was sticking me from right to left. Anyway, long deal, I went to the hospital. They checked. They said, no, you just have a esophagus burn. No cancer. Well, 2 days later, I went back to my doctor. He said, look, we got to do an endoscope. Something's not right.
What did they find?
They found a tumor pushing on my rib cage.
Wow. Did you get it taken care of?
Yes. I mean, with the 29 radiations, the chemo, they said that everything has been taken care of, not to worry, but I still worry.
Wow. Are you on? So that's good news, Bennett.
Yeah, and what I have to do, Tom, I have to go in the end of this month to have another PET scan to make sure everything is still kosher. And what they're telling me, come in every quarter for a year, and if it's still not there, just come in on a normal physical.
Good. I'm glad to hear that, Bennett. That is really good news. Now, speaking go ahead.
No, I was going to say, Tom, I mean, your staff is absolutely incredible.
Thanks, man. We love it. Yeah, we work together, and sometimes we fight together, but we get it done. Thanks.
Well, I love Mark go back and forth. I think it's the greatest thing on your show.
Yeah. Well,
Isn't it weird, Bennett, how I'm always correct, though?
Well, I will probably digress from that because Mark's bigger than I, and he can beat the hell out of me.
I don't think he's much bigger, but anyway. He's got a bigger mouth. I'll bet you that. Hey, speaking of taxes, let's talk to Michael Plantenga at Larson Tax Relief. It's important to know that Larson Tax Relief is still in business, all remote. And this is a good thing because this is something that can be done remotely. I can think of no reason, Michael, if you have a tax problem, why you would ever need to meet with anyone, do you?
A lot of my clients like to come in person during more normal times to the office and say hello. But generally, no, I can do everything remotely.
Yeah, and Larson Tax Relief, all of their people are working remotely. They're taking cases. But let's talk about some good news at least. But I think it's a time to contact Larson because we have some breathing room. Did the IRS stop all enforcement right now? Is everything on a static, how is it right now? Stasis, I want to say. Is everything just status quo?
Great question, Tom. Generally, yes. But for high...
Got a break.
Where statutes are going to be ending soon and the IRS is at risk of losing out on collection, those cases they can still collect against right now.
Ah, so if you have any doubts, you got to contact Larson, and we're going to tell you to do that coming up. If you can hang on, Michael, I have to take another break, but I want to talk about people facing tax issues, tax deadlines, all kinds of stuff, and all of your calls right after this.
You are clear, gentlemen.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom.
630 KHO.
We have a Become the Banker live later on in the break. Did you want me to move it up?
I got you.
Okay.
Back traffic.
As the lunch hour continues, getting word of a crash on the ramp from southbound I-25 onto Hamden. It's shut down right now because of a wreck involving a semi and a fuel spill. No estimated time when it will reopen, so just be aware of that. Avoid that if you can. Also avoid westbound I-70 approaching Central Park if possible. The two left lanes remain blocked off solid backups to Chambers on that stretch. Got a crash and auto pedestrian
I
accident
just want
coming
to
in
bet
off highway at Yale.
To avoid that area east of I-25.
It was actually on,
Forecast could be sunny, nice today.
2 months
The high
ago,
number 73. Right now,
because
sunny,
you were
nice,
gone
and
during the time,
63.
so.
With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630
And what it was
Sponsored by
about
Discover.
dogs,
We treat you
but
like
they
you
thought
treat you.
they were
Get your
treating
free
them
credit
bad. They were leaving
scorecard
them
today,
outside.
even if you're not a Discover customer. It includes your FICO credit score. And checking your scorecard
original call
won't
came
hurt
out,
your
I
credit.
believe you were
Learn
gone.
more at discover.com/credit scorecard. Limitations apply.
But he said you trained dogs.
MyEstatePlanning.com. You will love this attorney. He's so straightforward, Blake Harris. You know, he always has free consultations, always, and located near Union Station with free parking. Listen to this, convenient appointments, nights and weekends. All of his ratings online are 5 stars. Why should you use him? Well, he does pre and post-nup agreements. He also does probate and trust administration, including litigation, maybe someone contesting a will, or maybe you want to contest a will. Simple wills, beneficiaries, deeds, power of attorney documents, all trust matters. Whether you want to form it, a revocable or irrevocable, he can tell you which one is best in which situation. Amending and dissolving trust, how about living trusts? But this is really important, asset protection from creditors and lawsuits. Asset protection is not just for the rich. That's a myth. An estate is worth, let's say, anywhere from $100,000 on up. That's all the liabilities and all the assets. Your net is $100,000 or more. You need protection. That's milehighestatePlanning.com.
All right, Tom, 30 seconds. You ready?
With such frequent ups and downs, don't let market volatility derail your retirement. Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, Saturday on 630 KO. If you're concerned about the markets, call today to schedule a complimentary review of your portfolio.
10 seconds still.
8604, that's 720-488.
All right, here you go. Become the Banker short.
Retirement.
You're up.
Become the banker. Don't forget, this is an unbelievable investment option that you can do. You can start an account right now. Just go to becomethebanker.org and find out about a webinar, or you can even call them. And when you do, you'll find out about this plan to have an overfunded life insurance for tax-free earnings. It's a supplemental account in addition to life insurance that grows tax-free. You can use it tax-free to pay off bills, to borrow from yourself, to use for anything you want, to get out of debt, and they're not losing a dime. 303-779-6600, even through the stock upheaval. It's a solid investment. BecomeTheBanker.org.
You know what's going to happen.
All right, you're clear.
And then people will clamor to get their ACs up and working. But now you can get your furnace and AC system completely checked and tuned up for just $79 before the rush. Plus, it's smart to catch things when they're small before they turn into big, expensive problems. Just $79 for a complete system check and tune-up. PlumlineServices.com. Going far beyond CDC guidelines for your safety. PlumlineServices.com.
Are you concerned about the impact of
All right, guys,
COVID-19?
we're going to have a real conversation about this trailer lady when we come back.
Right now, you need to know if your retirement strategy is the
No,
right one.
he said that he's going to have a real conversation on the trailer park thing.
We've got to really talk about this.
Hey, so it's RV, say RV.
RV park, we'll talk about it when I come back, or when we come back, but we got to really fucking think about this one.
Why?
I'm teasing, I'm not going to tell you.
Okay.
Come on, you teaser.
Okay.
And your investment portfolio.
Okay.
And tell you what to do right now. We've provided vital assistance like this to folks just like you through every financial
Tom, who was the name of that damn breeder you and Holly bought a dog from a million years ago?
He's thinking.
No obligation.
Oh,
You need to call
for
us right
protection?
Yes, what was her name? He came on the air while I was doing the show, and I got someone asking, and I really, was it called like, fuck man, I Googled it, I can't figure out who the hell it was.
I'm thinking about it.
If you can get the date, I can look back my notes, and I think I could.
Tom, I think it was the day of your surgery.
Which
It was the
eye surgery?
Yeah, I think it was flooded, you know?
I think it's way before that.
I think it way before that.
Right.
The best products at the best prices ever. 50% off. Yes, half price.
When was the eye surgery? Remember that? I'll look back and...
All right, gentlemen, back on in 1 minute.
Work for you, keeping your health and safety in mind. Schedule a private virtual appointment at khwindows.com. 303-421-7100.
K&H Home Solutions has what you're looking for.
In a recorded message from iHeart Automotive.
Shopping for a car from the comfort of your home has never been easier. Many dealers have tools on the website to value your trade, choose your payment, and get financed. Most can even offer a delivery option right to your door. A message from iHeart Automotive.
30 seconds.
This is Chris Rice from Steel T Heating and Air Conditioning. Did you know we can protect the air in your home from viruses like the coronavirus for less than $800 installed? Call us today at 303-761-WARM or visit us at steelt.com for more information. Turn to the experts at Steel T, where the T stands for trust.
This is Dave Logan, the law offices of Dan Campbell's, a serious law firm for serious cases.
Denver's talk station. Available everywhere with the iHeartRadio app.
Now #1 for podcasting.
630 KHAP.
All right, gentlemen, here we go. You're up.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK.
713-8255. Welcome to the show. Genesis.
Hey.
Yes, Genesis is standing
I'm
by
sorry, go
for-
ahead, do
for
it.
plumbing. For roofing, gutters, fences, decks, all of that stuff. And I have to tell you, this is a terrible thing to talk about, but there will be many people facing bankruptcy. And, you know, if you need help in this area, take this number down for the future and even talk to them now about avoiding bankruptcy or planning for it. Yeah, sometimes people plan for it. I don't mean cheat for it. I mean plan for it. 303-410-1720. There are things you can do now to make it easier. There are things you can do that will make it impossible. So you need to talk to Wink and Wink, Mike and Gigi, 303-410-1720. winkandwink.com. It's an unfortunate reality. What were you going to say, Mark?
Man, this thing is unfolding, and I'm not liking it. So the woman that called up about Falcons Landing, the RV park, they cut her electricity off, I think today, and the rent was due on the 1st, right?
Yeah.
Well, we talked to her. Do you recall asking her, has she been late before?
She said never.
Well, let me tell you, the same thing went down last month in March. So on March 6th, they did not pay their rent. They cut the electricity off, then they paid their rent. She says she just bought this park, is what the caller says. She's got about 70 people there, and a big handful of them are having trouble paying the rent. Well, we've talked about this all week and last week. She's got a mortgage to pay. She just bought this business, and with her not cash flowing, she's not going to pay the mortgage. But what's irritating me right now is the fact this same couple that called up for help, you know, maybe they forgot, but it seems to me they kind of lied to us. I'm not saying we don't help them now, but that irritates the hell out of me.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So basically, you're saying that that these people have been late before, and is she saying chronically late, though?
Yeah, and here's the other thing that the owner told me. Listen to this thing. Well, the owner's only owned it a couple months, so she can't say, she doesn't know the track record of them. But here's the other problem that bothers me, is other people that were going to be late, for whatever reason, called up and talked to her and said, hey, I can make a payment on the 15th, or I can do this. These people did not call last month, according to her, and did not call this month. They simply don't try to do anything. They don't communicate, in other words. So here's my only issue.
Yeah.
I have a feeling if we pay it, they're going to be in the same boat next month and then possibly the month over. But I don't know. You make the call on this one, because I'm a little perturbed on how this went down after finding out that this happened last month.
Well, I'm going to let you, if you talk to him, we got to get a sense for it to see what's going on.
Let's get her back on the air and see why she didn't tell us that. I mean, maybe that's what we do. So, Daphne, maybe after the break, see if we can get her back up.
Wow. 303-713-8255. Listen, we investigate everything, especially when we're helping people, because we want to make it, look, we want to be fair. We want to help as many people as we can, but we want to make it very, very, meaningful. Meaning that
transparent as well.
And meaningful, because we want it to do something, not just patch a sinking ship. Michelle, what's going on? What's going on, Michelle?
Okay. Hey, thank you for taking my call. We appreciate it. You're awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, so my daughter, she's a first-time home buyer.
Yeah.
So we need someone you can recommend for inspection. She needs a lawyer to look over the paperwork. And I don't think she's
where is she? Where is she located?
Okay, she's in Denver, but she's buying a home in Aurora.
Okay, does she have a real estate person?
She has a real estate. They're not an agent or broker. They're just someone that's showing her houses.
Well, what does that mean? She has to be. No, that doesn't work that way. If somebody's showing her houses, they're a buyer broker.
Okay, a buyer broker then.
And the buyer broker should go over the paperwork and the contract for her.
Okay.
Now, in Colorado, brokers, real estate brokers, are allowed to go through contracts for people, for real estate contracts. Does she have? So she has a real estate broker that's showing her houses.
So, Tom, is he a real estate broker? He works for HomeSmart.
HomeSmart.
Mm-hmm.
What is HomeSmart?
I don't know what HomeSmart is. That's why I'm calling you.
Well, how did she find this person? It's a real estate thing.
He was
but I think it's
a co-worker of her. He won't know how you found him.
It might be. I think that HomeSmart is like a do-it-yourself program, a do-it-yourself buying program.
Okay.
Now, we have real estate inspectors on our referral list, I believe, that'll inspect a home. Home inspections are still going on. If you go to referrallist.com, you don't really need an attorney, but if you want an attorney, real estate attorney, we can find one. But what you really need is a buyer broker. I don't know how HomeSmart works, but did she put an offer on this house?
Yeah. Yes, she did.
Is it listed by a real estate company, this house?
Yeah. Yes.
Who's it listed by?
Who's it listed by?
Here's what we can do. Here's what we're going to do. Michelle, hold on, all right? Daphne, would you give her, Frank Duran, the real estate man, is such a good man, he can answer her questions. And he knows inspectors right now that are working from our referral list. So give her Frank Duran, the real estate man. This is what she should have done to begin with. You know, all of these do-it-yourself listing programs and, show it yourself and all that, they don't work, okay? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. You think you're saving money, but you'll actually get more money using a qualified broker like Frank. 303-920-1622 is Frank Duran, the realestateman.com. Daphne, give her Frank's number just for information. And Frank, do us a favor and just answer Michelle's info. She wants to know who can go over the contracts and also someone who can inspect the home. And Tim, what's going on with you, Tim? I got to take a quick break, but I want to know what you're calling about. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, briefly, I just recently purchased a car and only noticed the hail damage after I'd already gotten it home.
When did you buy it?
Friday, this past Friday.
Friday. And was it on a lot or a private owner?
It was on a lot.
And they never mentioned it being hail damaged?
Absolutely not.
Is it used?
Yes.
Did they mention as is?
I believe I signed paperwork that was to that effect.
And so how bad is it? It can't be that bad if you didn't even notice it.
It's very slight. I put an email out to your guys, and
got a break.
Okay, listen, hold on a second. Hold on.
Deny it.
Hold on a second. We'll come back to you. And then we'll come back to LarsonTaxRelief.com because we want you to know what you should do if you're facing any tax problems. So hold on.
All right, gentlemen, you're clear? Hey, Tom, you have a Rocky Mountain phone coming up here in about like minute 15.
Okay, thanks.
Sponsor.
No problem. It's a long one.
Treat you like you treat you.
Troubles in the Tech Center Drive. The ramp from southbound I-25 on to Hampton is shut down for a fuel spill accident involving a semi. The right lane to southbound I-25 is also blocked there, so watch out for delays. Still have delays on the westbound side of I-70 approaching Central Park. The two left lanes remain blocked for some road work there. Solid backups to Chambers at this time, so watch out for that. And got a crash off highway, an auto pedestrian accident at Yale and Holly east of I-25. Just avoid the area altogether if you can.
It was a little sooner than I thought. You got about maybe 20 seconds.
3.
Okay, I'm here.
66. Traffic and weather. I'm Pete Wagner. 630 K-How.
Get your free credit scorecard today, even if you're not a Discover customer. It includes your FICO credit score, and checking your scorecard won't hurt your credit. Learn more at
All right, you're going up.
Limitations apply.
Rocky Mountain Retro Foam, the company to call to have your house insulated. Now, you may already have insulation, but if it's an older home or a home that was built in the 80s, you may want to increase or better that insulation. You'll never find a better retro system than Rocky Mountain Retro Foam. It's a thick foam that goes injected into the walls from outside. They don't disrupt your living area. You can have it done now. It'll push out of the way old insulation. It'll wrap wires and switch boxes. It'll fill every nook and cranny. It'll make your home 50% more energy efficient and 80% more quiet. You even can get federal tax credits and utility company rebates. It's the only company offering this. It's not an epoxy. It's not a spray. It's environmentally friendly foam. Rocky Mountain Retro Foam. Listen, here's the website, foamyourwalls.com. Yes, they can do it now. You can save money. Foamyourwalls.com. 720-676-6333.
Hi, Carl. You're clear. Uncertain world, you can have certainty in your financial portfolio. We can secure your monthly income. We offer accounts that have averaged 5% for many years with no risk or loss to principal or gains. We also offer other accounts that limit your market losses to 5%, 10%, or 15%.
Tom, do you remember when you hit
Our office has been in the
you
same
remember
What's that?
Oh, it was,
Just give us a call and we'll help you.
if she just late one other month, I don't think that's a big deal. I mean,
I don't think it's a big deal she was. Well, okay, I think there's two big deals. One, she never tells the lady, hey, I'm going to be late, which really irritates this new owner that's got a mortgage to pay.
Right.
Two, she told us she never been late.
right, no, she did say that, I don't know, she might have, I don't know, you're right.
303
There.
734
I'm not trying to play God here, I just don't know what we do at this point.
Yeah, they're not honest with us.
Kitchens, baths, counters and floors, and even replacement windows and
Did
doors.
Daphne get her back up? I don't have the screener up.
Hi, I'm Todd Cicchini.
No.
My dad started making that pledge on the radio when I was
Not yet.
12 years old. He's taught me all my working life that what we do is not rocket science. Our success simply comes from treating people as we'd like to be treated. And this is Dan Cicchini. Todd's totally correct. We know that you want a quality job at a fair price. You want good service and timeliness of completion. You want honesty. You want to feel comfortable. And you simply want to be treated well. That's what I want too. And Dad, I know that's why we've done our best over the years to make their wants our objective. You bet, Todd.
something's wrong with my Zelle account, I can't figure out what's wrong with it. What do you mean, you were trying to send me some money? I'm trying to get so,
Windows, close.
they won't let me sign in.
303-722-2295.
You can send me some money.
362-8370.
What? You can send me some money, just
In
let me.
business today, being ready is more challenging than ever. As you work to keep your doors open and employees and customers protected, Cintas is here to help. Our trucks can deliver essential
I tell you, banks really want to go with that, like, that, because it saves them a lot
paper
of time.
towels, toilet tissue,
They really
safety
like
glasses.
those,
We can
stuff
even
like
sanitize
Zelle,
your
yeah, a
restaurant.
couple others, because they don't have to process the check,
Dedication
right.
you need. Learn how
That's a lot
Cintas
of,
can help your business stay ready at Cintas.com.
At CDW, we get that you need a network that keeps your business moving forward.
Us for not. Backwards everything do we.
Either way, CDW has experts who can design and implement a secure, innovative network built on Cisco DNA that learns and adapts to your needs to keep your business moving forward.
Idea good is that.
IT orchestration by CDW. and get who people. I mean, people who get it. Find out more at cdw.com/Cisco.
When you start getting into that, it can be a little bit at a time, but it can quietly build up. And the high interest rates tied to some of your credit cards or personal loans can cost you a lot of money. But it doesn't have to be this way. Hey guys, it's Ross Kaminsky, and if you're a homeowner, you can refinance any high interest debt into your mortgage at a much lower rate, creating up to maybe $1,000 a month in monthly savings, maybe more. It just takes a 10-minute call to American Financing to get started. You'll work with a dedicated mortgage consultant, someone who will customize
Back in 1 minute, gentlemen.
your financial goals.
Okay.
There's no pressure, no upfront or hidden fees, and you don't have to start your loan term over. Instead, you can choose any term you need, which can mean tens of thousands of dollars in long-term interest savings. You might even be able to postpone 2 mortgage payments. So call 303-695-7000 to learn more. That's 303-695-7000 or online at AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS 182334, regulated by the Division of Real Estate.
Back in 30.
The new way of life. Denver's Talk Station wants to help you pay your bills. Listen for up to 12 chances every day to text and win $1,000. Sponsored by Wind River Spas on 630 KHOW.
If you're stuck at home, do what I did and get a new hot tub from Wind River Spas. Hey, it's Ross Kaminsky, and with Wind River Spas, you can build and price your hot tub online, have it delivered right to your home while supporting a Colorado family-owned business. Learn more at
All right, gentlemen, here we go.
.com.
Who'd you win over the weekend?
You're up.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter,
303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the only show of its kind anywhere. Now, let's talk. What is going on with, let's talk Michael Plantenga, Larson Tax. I'm going to go back to our caller, but I need to clarify a few things with Larson Tax. They're not enforcing or collecting except active, but what happens when people are in the middle of something, but they haven't heard something in a while? Is it suspended?
Well, currently, tax cases and resolutions are suspended, active negotiations.
Yes.
So those folks may have to wait until the IRS is back up and running before those negotiations can continue.
Now, if someone has an issue, isn't it a good time to get started, though, because of this slowdown?
No better time. If you're able to get missing tax returns filed or get caught up on delinquent tax payments, this is the time to do it.
Exactly, because you don't have people breathing down your neck. And are they more likely to do settlements?
Well, it's going to be based on your current financial situation, but a lot of folks who are struggling financially right now and maybe for the next few weeks or months, this is maybe a good time and position to make a proposal to the IRS.
That's exactly right. And LarsonTaxRelief.com, Larson, LarsonTaxRelief.com, they're still open for business, 844-LARSON-TAX. Thank you, Michael, and we'll come back to you if we have any questions. Now, let's go to Tim, who bought a used car and found minor hail damage. Normally, Tim, when you buy a car as is, that's what it is, unless they hid that from you. But there's no way they hid it from you because you found it. You saw the car. They weren't prohibiting you from looking at the car. You didn't buy it sight unseen, right?
That is correct.
Where did you buy it?
Yeah.
What dealer?
So I bought it through John Elway Cadillac.
And did you call him back?
I have not, because I wanted to reach out to you to see my best approach, because as I was kind of mentioning my
Okay,
email,
technically they can't. Technically they can say you bought it, and it's as is, and you you had every opportunity to examine it. Or you could go to flexidentofcolorado.com and ask Nick Yutzi to fix it. What do you think it'll cost to get fixed?
I have no idea.
If it's slight, how many dings have you counted? How many dings have you counted?
I haven't counted. I'm estimating maybe 30. Something like that.
Here's what I'd like you to do to start before we bother. You should contact Nick Yutzi, flexidentofcolorado.com, and I can get you his number. But you should call him first, 303-619-6273. I'll bet you it won't cost that much to get fixed. Get an estimate and find out. Then, if it's extraordinary damage, maybe we examine it why they didn't mention anything, even though you should have noticed it. So hang on, and make sure you get that number, 303-619-6273. I'm Tom Martino. We have more problems, questions, and complaints coming up, so get your calls in at 303-713-TALK, and we have some screaming deals as well.
Don't miss out on Clear.
All right, thanks.
Hey, Tom.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
This next hour, you have another Rocky Mountain retro phone. Do you want to do
Hey.
that again, or did you want to
You
just...
can do a trade tape.
Okay, just drop it in.
Does that bother you when I do that? I want to show you the number, okay?
Oh, hell yeah. I like it.
What's that, Mark? Oh, Mark. What do I do with you? The teacher? I'm doing my ARP this afternoon for 3 to 5 again. Oh, you right? You're back on? Well, no, I do it once or twice a week. Oh, okay. From 3 to 5. Because right after the show, I just go home and get the messages, jump on there. It breaks up the mommy again, money and poker. Yeah.
38677000. KRFX
I started out with 600, and I'm up to like 3,000, so I'm up about 1,200.
An iHeartRadio station.
For how long? 2 weeks. 2 weeks, that's pretty good. You know, plus it's fun doing it. I know, that's what didn't run employment. Yeah. Plus it's tax-free also. No, we can all have fun playing with the guys. You just went to work and they said you better play that. But you can turn it into that.
There have some positive signs, but a number of people died, and ICU admissions in the past 2 days has shown a slight...
Hey, when was Tom, when did he do his eye thing?
Would suggest the state is nearing the peak.
We can still see an increase, so it is hopeful, but
Well, it should be on our calendar.
inclusive, and it still depends on what we do.
But
That was quite a while ago,
social
wasn't it?
distancing must continue. Other states like Florida, Texas, and Louisiana are showing an increase in cases, along with hospitals in need of supplies and space. Britain's Prime Minister Boris Johnson spent the night in a London hospital after being admitted for some tests. He tested positive for coronavirus. This is ABC News. The COVID-19 pandemic has left many out of work and led to a downward spiral in the financial markets. But despite the sluggish housing market, Barbara Corcoran of Shark Tank tells ABC News potential homebuyers shouldn't postpone their plans just as long as they're okay with seeing homes online, but not in person.
If you wait, you're just going to pay more for that house once the market is flooded by buyers. So now is really the time to get ready, get pre-qualified for your mortgage so you know what you can borrow, and get out shopping so that you really know values and you know to move early and you'll be there first once the market resumes.
In Ireland, the current Prime Minister, who's a former doctor, is re-entering the medical field to help during the pandemic. Leo Varadkar rejoined Ireland's medical registry and has offered his services. He'll take on 1 shift a week in addition to running the country. Radker studied medicine and worked as a doctor for 7 years before leaving.
Hey, you remember we used to sell those coal domes? Remember domes for that? Was that,
You know what it was?
What was it?
It was magnesium in it.
That's it?
Yeah. That's all. And a little caffeine.
That's why Fisher
Man,
Investments...
That's what made it backwards, because the magnesium relaxed your muscles.
Okay.
So, what do you
I didn't know that's what magnesium did.
It was just aspirin.
No cookie-cutter portfolios here. Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to...
I just thought of that. I thought,
Magnesium is a natural muscle.
that was a huge ad. That was like, you remember the diet candy, like? Remember the shake?
We never earn commissions on...
That stops real quick.
Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better.
Do you use your buffer?
Clients achieve comfortable retirement. We're clearly
I
different.
specifically
Visit
went to
FisherInvestments.com to find out why.
No, I know how that can work. You just go to work.
If you do not move and you stay in one position too long when you're working on something.
Start getting Charlie horse.
K-How News Time, 103.
Colorado has reached nearly 5,000. The latest numbers show nearly 26,000 people have been tested so far. 924 are hospitalized. 140 people have died. Governor Polis will address the state tonight at 6:30.
Well, this guy, they wants to know when they're supposed to get the unemployment, $600 a week unemployment. Actually, it's 600 plus.
Right.
No, it's a week.
We know this week.
So it's the average plus 600?
Well, it's the average for, the state pays whatever their unemployment is. That's for people who are not W-2s.
It's the average rate plus.
Right, plus 600. 4 people per week. That's why they say there's a big thing about it is people do make more money on unemployment than they will working.
Now, impact traffic. This report is sponsored by your local Ford store.
Troubles in the Tech Center Drive, the ramp from southbound I-25 on to Hampton is shut down for a fuel spill accident involving a semi. The right lane to southbound I-25 is also blocked there, so watch out for delays. Still have delays in the westbound side of I-70 approaching Central Park. The 2 left lanes remain blocked for some road work there. Solid backups to Chambers at this time, so watch out for that. And got a crash off highway, an auto pedestrian accident at Yale and Holly east of I-25. Just avoid the area altogether if you can. The weather forecast. It's going to be sunny and nice today with a high near 70 degrees. Clouds and 60
You're looking a little shady there, Mark.
Coming together makes us stronger. And Ford is built
I'm going to tell you.
especially
She's going to get those clippers out.
Visit buyfordnow.com to find your local Ford
Hey, let's do a Breaking Bad one.
delivery and other vehicle service options for the comfort of home. Built Ford proud.
Come on, you look good. You got the same type of goatee he had.
Yeah. Remember the one where Elaine's dating the bald guy?
Yeah.
And then his hair's not growing back, and George goes, yep, classic horseshoe pattern. You probably got 250 years left.
I remember that one.
Elaine goes, when she first found out that he shaved his head for swimming, she's like, you mean I could be dating that hair?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he did just because he liked it, because he kept it like that. They're still working as far as remodeling. But I did go, I just went to the basement, to the basement.
Right now. There's no obligation, but you do need
You're
to
muted?
tonight at 10 p.m. Call 888-PLAN-REP. That's 888-PLAN-REP. And call us right now.
And some of the workers were wearing masks.
About 30 seconds, gentlemen. What did you call? Tell us what you called about.
For help. For groceries deliveries for, like my mom.
We're going to get someone to help you. You need food delivered.
Denver's Talk Station and Catholic Charities.
Looky, he's 74 and
I know,
his mother's 97. They have
when I
help
listened to it again
helping
and
those
stuff,
in need.
I agree more with you guys.
Help.
All right, gentlemen, 10 seconds. Here we go.
You can help too at khow.com and ccdenver.org/COVID-19. This is...
All right, here we go. You guys are up.
Now, Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
Hello, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com. RealCBDThatWorks.com. Panacea Life Sciences. By the way, they've invested a lot of money in producing hand sanitizer as well. That will be available shortly in either large supply or small supplies. And that is at RealCBDThatWorks.com. If you use Tom in the promo code, you get 25% off CBD products. Now, the hand sanitizer is coming soon. They're also going to make available face masks and other things. We'll have details on that in the coming days on this show. All you have to do for help is to call us at 303-MARTINO. You can call that 24/7. We're live on Facebook, live on YouTube, live on the iHeartRadio app, of course, live on our flagship station here in Denver at KHOW, KHOW 630 on the AM dial, and then, of course, our radio affiliates. You can join us mostly in the first 2 hours, but here's the deal. Whatever you need, 303-MARTINO is the number. When we're on the air, you can call 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Janos has a bakery, wants to tell us about a bakery, maybe some screaming deal at a bakery. I've asked businesses, if you are in business and you want to brag about something, a product or a service, and you need to drum up some business, give us a call. What do you have going on, Janos?
Yes, Tom. Hello.
Hey, what do you have?
Tom, I listen to your radio, last week, and you say something about restaurant and some ideas.
Yeah.
So me and my wife came with some, I think, a unique idea to help in the darkness what we have right now to decorate cookies. We very famous and very popular with already hand decorate cookies, but we like to do something so family, kids, parents can decorate together.
And how would you do that? Would you sell the kit?
So we sell box, dozen cookies, like for example right now is Easter, so Easter accent with 3 different kind icing, and 6 package of sugar, different kind sprinkle, different colors.
Okay, so the icing you sell, do you sell it in a squeeze tube or do you sell it in a container? How are you selling the icing?
Correct. I sell in the back. So what they have to do, just cut a little bit the edge and decorate
Squeeze it, right.
by itself. Yes.
So you're
And
selling
we have some
you're selling a dozen cookies along with 3 icings and sprinkles of different kinds so people can decorate their own cookies. That's a cool idea.
Yes. And the reason I came with this idea because we have a lot of very positive response, how unique, how, keep the family together.
Yes.
And the taste after,
Yeah.
So I think after Easter you can make a seasonal decoration. You can make summer. You can have like fall and the Christmas all the way by yourself. But I think this is some challenge for people. I think kids, we have so many talented kids. Just let them give choice, chance to do that.
That's cool. Hold on now. So this box comes all included, everything you need to decorate a dozen cookies?
Correct.
And how much is that for the dozen?
$20.
Okay.
$20.
And if they want more cookies, you can get more cookies in the same box to decorate?
No, they can purchase another box.
Okay, so that's how it works. You have just enough in that box for a dozen cookies.
Yes,
Okay.
and I like to mention something, Tom.
Yeah.
Because a few hours ago I have a phone call with question. Well, my friend is Jewish. I like to give them presents.
Yes.
Can you do something? No Christmas accent. I say, of course. We have a lot of different ideas for not Jewish accent. So we are absolutely available for that.
So for Passover and all the related holidays, you can decorate them any way you want, basically.
Correct.
And that only comes to like $1.60, I think, a cookie, right? I mean, so anyway, if you're interested, this is Elegant Bakery. Where are you located?
I am in the Lakewood. Cross is like Wadsworth and Hampton. We are 3278 South Wadsworth Boulevard.
3278 South Wadsworth, and that's near Hamden. 3278 South Wadsworth. Elegant Bakery. Pick up your own box of cookies to decorate, and the whole package is $20 for a dozen cookies along with the 2 kinds of icings and sprinkles. 303-322-7708. Thank you very much. 303-322-7708. Janos, thanks for calling. We appreciate it. 303-713-TALK. Now, Bill, what do you got going on, Bill?
Well, you killed a couple of phones. Hey, I just throw this out. I wish it was a little earlier in the show. Has anybody seen anything on these handheld UV sterilizers, I guess they are?
UV sanitizers. UV light does work, by the way.
But they got handheld ones.
But it's not instant.
Well, how is it working if you want to use it on your mail or stuff like that?
You have to expose it for a certain amount of time. And I think it's like a half hour or so. It's not instant.
Well, they sell them on Amazon. They're not very expensive.
Are they talking about them being? Are they saying instant sanitizers?
They're not really saying a lot. First, I got an email.
UV light sanitizers. Let me see. Yeah, I see them. they do work, but you don't just like do this and then it's killed. You have to hold your hand in them. And
we can't see on the radio.
yeah, well, I was doing it online, but
I
you
know.
have to hold your hands right. You can't just wipe. You can't just wave the light over your hand.
So what I'm getting at, you think they're just a gimmick?
No, they work. I mean, they're real. But I think the idea is a gimmick that you can just wave them around, and they, like for example, you're carrying it along, you wave it on a doorknob, and it's sterilized. It's not. It takes a while. And I don't know if they actually get into it here. Let's see. According to approved laboratory research, the ultraviolet disinfection stick kills 99.9%, which is true, when used on mobile phones, iPads, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't talk how. It says, let's see, I'm looking to see if they talk about how long. No, they don't. They make it sound like you just wave it over and it cleans it, but it doesn't. You have to have the air pass through it, and there has to be a certain amount of exposure.
So Clorox and alcohol.
Okay, hold on. What were you saying, Dan?
It says 5 to 10 seconds, but that seems...
Wait, it does?
Yeah, it says right down here in the bottom.
I was told it had to be minutes.
Yeah, well, that's what I've seen too.
Although the whole house air sanitizers, they do it a little differently. They do it by passing the air chamber, and that seems to work, and that doesn't have 20 minutes exposure. Let's see if, I'd like to get somebody on who can actually talk to the science and find out. So thanks for bringing that up, Bill. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Betty needed her rent paid. She's in an RV park. She said she was late for April's rent. Her husband's disabled. He needs surgery. He plans on going back to work as soon as possible. And she's disabled. And we always ask this, have you been chronically late? Is this just 1 month you've been late? And I think Mark talked to the owner. Mark? Betty?
Yeah, I did. I talked to
Betty?
the owner for quite a while.
Are you there, Betty?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we talked to the owner. What did she say, Mark?
Well, the bottom line, she was a little upset that, she came on saying different things, and she never even told the owner she was going to be late, where other people in the park that have run up against issues right now have reached out to her. The other thing she said is this is the second time in a row she was late.
Yes.
Last month, they had to turn her power off as well to get them to pay.
Yeah, you didn't tell us that, Betty, about last month.
In fact, you told us the opposite, Betty.
Yeah.
Up until they took over the rent, I have always been on time.
But you were late last month and this month.
We were, but we did end up paying our rent last month. But yes, we were late.
Only by 8 days.
But we were only late by 8 days.
Okay.
Technically the 5th cutoff date, so 2 days.
Well, listen, Betty, I'm not saying, here's the issue, though. When you come on and you say that, and we ask you that question, then I say something like, I can't believe these people, after being late one time, only 6 days would do this to her.
Yeah.
But that wasn't the case.
The case is yeah. Okay, so we want to have accurate information. Again, we're trying to figure out a way to help you, and a way that that you can get on your feet. But we wanted to clarify that to see if the landlord was telling the truth. This landlord seems pretty nice. And
the biggest problem, Tom, the biggest problem with this landlord is of no fault of her own. She purchased this park, of course, with a big mortgage a couple months ago. She has a nut to crack, just like we've discussed in the past couple weeks. Without people paying rent, she can't pay the mortgage.
Right.
So even though she can't toss people out on their ass, the bank can still toss her out.
Well, by the way, she can toss out. There is no law against eviction, just for those listening. The Attorney General said it would be nice if you don't. So, Betty, we're still working on your case, but Jim, speaking of landlords, he has a comment. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I'm a landlord here. I'm 77 years old.
Got to go to break.
IRAs, I invested in real estate, so I've got 8 rental houses. And ever since POLIS come out and said that we cannot evict and you can't shut the utilities off, my renters quit paying. So where does that leave me? I'm $5,000 in the hole now.
You know, that is sad, isn't it? He said they don't have to.
That's right.
Well, no. First of all, he doesn't have authority to say that you don't have to pay rent. He doesn't have that authority.
He did, and he says if we try to evict, you call him.
Yeah. What is he going to do?
Well, said it also.
The sheriffs aren't going to show up, though, if it comes down to that, Tom.
So they said, all right, the sheriff ain't going to do it. So how are you going to evict without a sheriff? You can't do it.
Well, you can. You can do a private eviction. There's no requirement.
Ooh, it's pretty hard.
You cannot remove them from that house without a sheriff being there. Now, I don't think this is fair. This ain't the American way.
Got to go to break.
Well,
and ever since my tenants got word of this, they just quit paying. They said, I can't work. And I asked them to leave. They say no, because they heard what Polis said and Trump.
You know, we ought to get a spokesperson from the governor's office to address this eviction thing. He did say that, and we ought to hold him to it.
I don't think I'm the only landlord that's going to go bankrupt. I'm a small time. I'm not rich.
No, I know that, Jim, and you don't sound greedy to me. We're going to address this on a future show. I'm Tom Martino. More coming up.
You are clear.
This is what we talked about, the ripple effect. Yeah. This is just a top-down ripple effect that we're talking about. Only one spot is going to stop. Right? It's who pays that. Yeah, but I mean, believe it or not, they think they're not going to get a court date also to evict, right? That's a big thing. You can't get a court date.
I'm talking about premium injection foam designed to fill closed.
No, it's almost impossible to get people out without a sheriff. I mean, like.
Right, but they don't even get a court date, though, Mark.
Well, yeah, that's correct. And then meantime, they're going to be missing 2-3 months of rent.
Exactly, and that's what Polis should have thought ahead of time on this and what he's going to cause here.
Well, he's just trying to sound like Mr. Good Guy.
Hey, yeah. Are mortgages any different than a rent? If you can't evict somebody for not paying the rent, what can you do if this guy doesn't pay his mortgage? Aren't the banks exempt from foreclosing on him? So you're saying aren't banks going to be? Well, if this guy can't collect, he can't evict them because of the corona thing, then can the bank foreclose on him who doesn't pay the mortgage? Isn't he entitled to the same protection?
The difference is the bank isn't going to give a shit. The bank will start foreclosure and finish it in a year. They don't give a fuck when they finish it. They'll get every nickel and more that was owed to them. The renter, him being the landlord, will never get the back rent ever. The bank that forecloses, if there's any equity left at all, they'll get everything.
No, but what I'm saying is there a moratorium on the bank foreclosing on mortgages due to the coronavirus?
Yes, there is for VA loans and for HUD loans, but it doesn't matter. They still get every nickel. If they don't repay it when the moratorium's over, they will foreclose and get all the back pay, attorney's fees, and everything.
Right, but then can't the landlord get back rent? Because what was this rule?
No, because it's no penalty CD.
Well, no, if they don't evict them.
No, that's right. Most people that rent aren't going to be able to come up with a penalty CD and a fixed rate.
Okay, I'm not arguing that. I'm asking.
Yeah. No, really, it's a really weird spot for the mortgage holder because you're going to end up getting fucked.
Okay, I understand. And then also these guys, if they're several months behind, they can go bankrupt. Whereas the mortgage lenders, it always takes longer. Whatever. Like I said, I wasn't arguing about that. I was looking for the information.
If a renter goes bankrupt, they never pay that money.
Right.
If a guy with a mortgage goes bankrupt, it's
yes, sir. Right. He has equity in the property. Yeah, I understand that.
Working on it, yes.
What do you think on this one, though? What do we want to do? Do we want to reach out and say this, or what do we want to do?
He's talking with, I say pay it. No, I don't know. I'm just kidding.
Solutions realizes this is
So he's asking what you should do with that RV park.
Details 303-421-7100. Get 50% off K&H Beautiful.
Mark, do you think we should pay?
Glass siding.
it really does affect me because some of the things that I said, like what a junk bag and other shit, I would have never said if I knew they did the same thing last month, and then on top of that, they don't even reach out to the landlord and give her a heads up. They simply don't pay.
I think we should see if we can find out if he has surgery scheduled.
In about 1 minute, gentlemen.
I like that. We requested
This
that.
report is sponsored by American Financing.
A beautiful next couple of days, bright sunshine. The high today is 71 degrees, tonight down to 48. Tomorrow, rinse and repeat. The high 71. I'm meteorologist Brooks Garner, Fox 31.
Refinance your mortgage and save $1,000 or more each month without restarting your term. It only takes 10 minutes to get started when you choose American Financing. 303-695-7000 or AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 12334, regulated by
30 seconds.
Deal with a new way of life. Denver's Talk Station wants to help you pay your bills. Listen for up to 12 chances every day to text and win $1,000. Sponsored by Wind River Spas on 630 KHOW.
If you're stuck at home, do what I did and get a new hot tub from Wind River Spas. Hey, it's Ross Kaminsky, and with Wind River Spas, you can build and price your hot tub online, have it delivered right to your home while supporting a Colorado
So Dan, what do you think they should do with you?
Wind River Spas.
Boy, that's, well, you know, if you can, I'm sure there's things out there. In fact, maybe that might get somebody on, you know, on, what they do, right.
Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So we're going to, on that trailer park thing, we're going to the RV park. We're going to verify. We asked Betty and her husband to send information on the surgery or something to do with the medical condition. We have to verify that, and then we'll move on with that. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Eva's got a comment. Go ahead, Eva. I guess you're right. The courts are closed.
Yes, the courts are closed. I had an eviction scheduled the middle of March. The courts closed it and canceled my quarter date until the middle of May. Maybe. So
are you a landlord?
Yes, I am.
So we're all hurting, whether you're renting or whether you're an owner.
Correct. Correct.
And your mortgage company, I wonder if your mortgage company is going to relieve those payments.
No,
definitely not.
They'll put them at the end. They'll put them at the end of your term.
Okay.
So instead of so they will help you that way. Most of them will. But in the meantime, Governor Polis and all of the news media keeps telling people, if you can't pay your rent, they can't evict you, and they're just sending out the wrong message because a lot of these people are not going to pay their rent. They're going to dig a hole, and then the courts are going to be flooded with evictions.
I don't know what's going to happen.
I don't either. Just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you, Eva. You make sense. The courts are closed. And you're right. People are saying, don't worry if you can't pay. And yet, will the mortgage companies work with you? If they do, there's nothing wrong with that. If they put that on the end of your loan, then there's no harm, no foul. There's no reason.
Well, no, not if you still didn't collect that rent for whatever amount of time. You're still going to be out that amount.
Yeah, but Mark, you're not paying out your mortgage for that month.
No, but they're taking all that money and tacking it onto the loan, so you still end up paying it when you sell it or pay off the property.
Okay, I understand that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I know what you're saying, that you're net in the hole, but theoretically, if you're renting at the end of the lease or at the end of the mortgage, you can make up for it with that extra month. I don't know. I mean, what I would say to the tenant is for every month you don't pay, the lease gets extended, then you're guaranteed a lease. Maybe that helps. Roger, you had a comment on the landlord that we were talking to, or landlords in general. Go ahead, Roger. Our number is 303-713-TALK. What's going on, Roger?
Yeah, Tom. The people that are quitting paying their rent, they still have to get it caught back up when everything gets back to normal. They don't get a free ride. And then what's that form
who says, though?
Who order you to fill out with your information?
Well, Roger,
you got to give your finances? Yeah.
What are you talking about? You mean for the check?
No, there's a form you fill out. A court orders you to fill it out, like your finances. They want to know all your information. Your
an interrogatory.
assets and,
Interrogatories when you are in.
So
that's when you
so
sue
you take
somebody.
someone to court. Right. So they take someone to court and want their back rent caught back up, and they find out that that person had money in the bank. Well, then I'm pretty sure that they can then charge them late fees. I mean, so I've heard other news stories about it and read articles that they still can't get a free ride. They still got to pay, get caught back up when everything gets back to normal. So they're going to have to pay that back rent. Now,
here's where the issue goes, though, Roger.
Allow late fees.
Roger.
Yeah.
Here's where the issue goes. What happens if they do a bankruptcy in 3 months? The landlord, will never see those 3 months' payments ever. But if someone that holds the mortgage goes bankrupt and there's any equity in the property, they're going to end up paying it, period, end of story.
Right. That's where the problem arises if they file bankruptcy. As long as they don't file bankruptcy, I'm pretty sure that they still have to get it caught back up. Maybe they work with them
you know what? You make a point that it doesn't excuse the rent just because it wasn't collected. That could be possible. 303-713-TALK. Okay, Melody, you wanted to talk about your tags being expired. I know they have grace periods for this. I know that for sure. Go ahead. Melody? I think she's calling.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Matt. Go ahead, Melody.
Okay, fabulous. So I'm a little bit concerned because I've been quarantined, obviously, for the last month, and my tags expired at the end of March.
Right.
So I don't really want to go out, and I don't even know if the DMV is open, or if I can actually meet those hours. I know that different facilities are having different hour changes.
I thought that they were giving
I don't want to pay a late fee.
I thought people were given a leeway. I thought that they are given some of the.
I think it's 30 days grace, if I'm not mistaken, or a month.
It's normally 30 days, so I think it's more than that. I'm looking it up, but I read an article specifically where I think they're going to 90 days. It says if your registration expires, it says, I don't know. Let's see. I'm reading. I think there is an extension. Here's the thing, though. You can't help it, so what can you do about it? You can just. I mean, do you really believe police will stop you with an expired tag right now?
No, not really. I think.
I'm not so sure they do stop you with expired tags now.
I don't think they do. I think you're going to have way more leeway with the government and those things than you will with individuals.
Okay.
When it comes to landlords and when it comes to that kind of stuff, everyone feels pressure. The government truly can waive things, and I believe the government is waiving. And I could almost see it where I saw that article and it said 90 days for tags and stuff. But I wouldn't worry about it too much right now. Mary's got a comment on.
And haven't.
Yeah, Mary.
I think Mark, your gentleman that is on the show with you is making a really good point. Landlords still have to pay their mortgage.
Right.
And folks who are being disingenuous and who are working and haven't paid bills for maybe since January are now using this opportunity to say that they can't.
Got a break.
That is really, really disingenuous.
You're right, Mary. There are a lot of people where this came as a convenience. There's no doubt about it. The same with people who were too lazy to get a job and now will get unemployment. You're right. I get you. And I agree totally. It's a disease or a pandemic of convenience for some. We have more coming up.
All right, you guys.
Registration by mail? No. No? What? Some people have to go in there. There's a hangout. I always do one by mail. You send the check in, and they send you back the envelope with a little sticker. Right. For the most part. So what people have testing. It has to go do a test. It has to go do a.
Because of a semi with a fuel spill. So
And
you
some
need
people
to
have
visit
issues.
either Yale or
Oh,
225
okay.
instead.
Could you go there
All
from there?
over I
Yeah,
on
as long as I
East
can.
Mountain 470 at
I've
Lucid,
never
the
had to go
Lucid
down
off-ramp,
with
and
the
the railings
station.
up on Highway Jam
That's
Road
the
to
way it was.
Bay, and
I was
the
really
railings
quick
down
with a
on the
faster
turnpike in
upload,
both
we have a
directions
less
for
of a delay.
Chick-fil-A goes. Your forecast for today, plenty of sunshine this afternoon, high in the low 70s, cool off to the mid-40s overnight tonight, or the same tomorrow for your Tuesday, sunny with a high of 72. It is 70 right now in Denver. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Janine LaRose, 630 KHOW.
And that's, I said, Cole said that to me was, who did the thing when you got
Brand is here to help you and your pet stay safe at home together. They're following up with
everybody, oh no, no one's
no
going to do
equipment
that.
and maintaining social distancing during visits. 50% off installation and 0% finance.
I tell you, there's so many people out there, the Tom is black, he'd be shot.
Let's talk about buy and build. In business, buy and build kitchen and bath essential things. They do granite countertops, they do cabinets, vanities, tile and hardwoods, plumbing and electrical fixtures like your toilets, your sinks, your lights, and it's all at 560 South Lipan, their new location, 560 South Lipan, a giant warehouse. Call them first if you want, and it's 303-295-6022, buyandbuild.net. Plus, they offer installation on all of these things. You'll get screaming deals below wholesale at 560 South Lipan, buyandbuild.net.
This is Kurt. All right, you are clear. Cambeer.com for your free financial portfolio analysis.
Yeah.
That's Kurt with a K. Cambeer.com.
Yeah.
Offer to Cambridge Investment Research Inc., a broker dealer, number 3, SIPC. Investment advisor representative, Cambridge Investment Research.
Same with our gangster.
Cambridge and Centennial Capital Partners, not affiliated.
Are you looking for a high-end luxury car at a crazy good price? How about fantastic customer service too? You need my friends at Maliki Motors. Gently used Lexus, Land Rover, Mercedes, Audi, and more at big savings. Visit MWA.
Because all these people who say you can get good ads online, if you have no special issue. Yeah, right. Because just send in a check, or you can pay them directly or whatever. No, but I'm saying, yeah. But I've always got it, not having to go down. If you have newer cars. You have always had newer cars, so the newer cars don't have to get right. You make commissions there.
Visit CMB Insurance.
And my last one, my mission,
to reach our customer support team.
how long do you have to do to get required, I think about 60, I think, okay, I've never had a 6-wheel car. So on mine here, they actually passed it for me. Because my line was no, because I went through those places where they have the roadside, yeah.
Gains. We also offer other accounts that limit your market losses to 5%, 10%, or 15%, whatever makes you the most comfortable. Our office has been in the same building
But like I
for
said, there
20
are.
years, and we've been providing peace of mind for 38. Just give us a call, and we'll help you protect your portfolio right over the phone for safety, income,
That thing
and
about
opportunity.
paying
Just
one
call Tucker
or
Financial
paying
at 303-734-1234.
I don't like
When the
sending
financial
checks. Right.
markets collapse, we're the ones
All someone's got to do is
who
accept that check, and now you
just
have access to your
retire
bank account.
happy. Retire with Tucker. 303.
But they can do the same with online banking, you hack your computer, or have you, there's a lot more there. I mean, but you have your routing number and account number. Yeah. They can make checks. Yeah, I could send it in online. Yep, that's true.
About calling an electrician, great unknown.
But I always sit down at the first of the month or the fifth and write checks for all my bills. Whereas it could just be a big hassle. I just like, I like to see where my money's going. I don't. Because this is what I like, or your bank will do it, is if you pay by credit card or whatever you pay, you get accountings back from months and months and months really easy. So you get that with the bank also. But banks start charging them for a certain amount of time. I've been at the charges.
Where all of our loans come with lower fees and low rates. You deserve it. Call 720-895.
I mean, when I say a certain amount.
We have been serving Colorado since 2001. We are locally owned and operated. We know Colorado, and we know how to help.
And banks
You
that
try
they
to get
give
a
you
loan,
that.
you've been treated just like another number.
Print out a
Transfer
check.
from one person to
Right.
another.
And you can
Fake
use
answers.
that.
Feel like no
Yeah, I've done that
Kick
before.
aim,
Yeah,
where what
me
you
too.
want matters. Respect and straight
It's
answers.
just that
And all with the
banks
same
don't like
from
checks,
start to
right?
finish.
They don't. No, because it's a lot of hands. You got a lot of hand people. Too bad, that's just, and I can maybe just on my money, and as well give me a service and use my money. No, I just what I like, that's why I like electronics. So it's simple, you just, yeah, it is.
Find out why it could work for you.
I always have to have it sitting down at my desk, writing out the checks.
And keep.
It's just sort of a ritual. That's all I don't. I'm an old timer. I just so mine. It's like that ritual. I don't tell them enough. You know, every person is going to purchase the product online.
Back on in about 1 minute.
Never really. It's the only thing I never purchased online are tickets.
Gotcha.
Why? You did wow. Why don't you? Amazon never, nothing? Never. I've never had a product mailed to me. Wow.
Mark Fenner is a business strategist who supports this practice. And most companies can see
Johnson's an ICU now.
Who is? Oh, yes. Who is it? Boris Johnson, the PM of England?
Back on in 30 seconds.
No, I've seen that, Mark. It's,
hospital ICU.
Oh, I didn't see the ICU. I know you went to the hospital, so.
He doesn't look in shape, to be honest.
No, he doesn't.
So check your company's policies.
I love his
Go
whole
to the iHeartRadio app and tap the podcast tab.
Really? That's a bold cut? I think it's a, let's throw a hair anywhere cut.
Spreading important information and talking about the Denver's talk station.
Might be doing a hell here Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday.
You're Breaking Bad.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK,
713-8255. Remember, when we're off the air here, we're on from 10 to 2. When we're off the air, you can always reach us at 303-MARTINO. Is Mark Szymanski still there, Daph? Yes or no? Real quick.
I believe he is.
Mark Szymanski, I got a couple emails here. Is there anything they want to know, is there anything you can do? Because Genesis does roofing, gutters, painting, fences, decks, windows and doors. They do bathrooms, kitchen remodels, and basements. This emailer wants to know, is there anything that you can't do that's not considered essential?
I guess, you're not supposed to, my understanding, you're not supposed to be starting projects in somebody's home that haven't already been started that aren't causing problems in their home where, let's say, something's not failing and you just want to do it for aesthetic reasons.
Okay, so if somebody just, but what about windows? If you wanted to do windows, because their energy, that could be.
Because you're losing energy, so that could be considered
essential.
Aesthetic. Right, essential.
Yeah, and then I could say, what if you need room? What if you have, people are home and you need you need more room in the basement? That could be. I think.
Yep.
Okay, but there are things, what they don't want you to do is just unnecessary things.
Correct.
And what is the most stuff you're doing right now?
I'm sorry, say it again.
What's the most common job you're doing now during this crisis?
Believe it or not, we're getting a lot of calls for painting. Because the paint's failing, that's essential because it could be damaging your house.
Right.
We are putting a couple roofs on right now too because we can't have leaking roofs.
Exactly. And again, you can finish out a basement. You can do other stuff as well. And if you have any doubts, just contact him. 303-679-8509, GenesisTotalExteriors.com. And, of course, they do interiors as well. I want to ask you, what is the protocol you do for going into a home now, Mark?
So we're short of thermometers, but we have 2 field guys that go out to the job sites each day. So one of them will go to each job site each day.
Yeah.
And they each have a thermometer, so we check all our employees' temperatures. And then we have a questionnaire that we go through, the COVID questionnaire for construction to allow us to be on the job site.
And, of course, you stay away from the homeowners.
Yeah, we everybody's supposed to have face masks on. And then you're also supposed to obviously keep distancing. If you're doing a construction site that has multiple trades, you're supposed to only have one trade doing work at a time. So I'm not supposed to have plumbers in the same trade, a drywall and a plumber, or a roofer and a painter. I wouldn't do that anyways because of safety reasons. But you have to have them separate. Each trade's by themselves at a job site.
Okay, cool. That's GenesisTotalExteriors.com. And he's standing by if you need anything. Don, you have a question about Panacea CBD? Go ahead.
Yes, I do. Does Panacea have a store?
They don't. They have a lab, and they do take walk-ins, but not now during this COVID thing. They don't. But they normally, you can do a walk-in. Yes.
Okay, and I wanted to point out your show on not Facebook, but YouTube.
Yeah.
If anybody get a chance to watch it, really give it a look. It's fun to watch.
We do forget the cameras there sometimes, don't we? And by the way,
Yeah,
Don, I want to make a special note about CBD, realcbdthatworks.com. It does not cure virus. It does not fight virus. And there are some products getting in trouble because they're claiming that CBD is fighting virus. It's not an antiviral. It does help strengthen your immune system. That is for sure. It is an anti-inflammatory. And it does help with pain, and it does help with anxiety. It is not a cure for this. Don't believe any of those sites that you're reading about that. And of course, Panacea would never hope that. Okie dokie on that. And that's realcbdthatworks.com, and then put in.
I'd like to point out I've been using the sleep formula, and that really works.
Yeah.
That I would highly recommend to
Thanks.
people.
Thanks, Don, and thanks for plugging our YouTube channel. And then Kenneth, go ahead, Kenneth. What's happening with you?
I got a workers' comp question. It may be too late though. I got injured in July of last year.
Yes.
And I really didn't know what happened. I stepped off the lift gate and I was walking and I went down. And anyway, the workers' comp doc said he couldn't say it was on the job injury.
Wait a minute.
Well,
Wait a minute. You did you fall?
Yes.
On the job?
Yes.
Well, it is. How can the workers' comp say it's not job related?
Well, the doctor said that I just can't say this is work related just because you fail.
But
something doesn't make sense.
Did he say you fell because of some prior injury?
No.
Anyway, what happened?
I'd call Marco Bendinelli.
Anyway, I had surgery. In fact, I had 5 surgeries. And after my last surgery in January, my old assistant came to see me at the hospital and told me that when I stepped off the lift gate, I stepped on some pretty big size rocks. That's how I twisted my knee and went down. Because I didn't know what happened.
But if you did that at work, it's work related.
Right.
Okay.
That's what I figured.
And you never contacted an attorney?
I did not.
Okay.
Well, there you go. I mean, this is perfect for an attorney.
Yeah, I would contact too and talk to them and see what you think. On the referral list, you got Marco Bendinelli, and you have Enton Law.
What was he saying about the liftgate, Tom?
Kenneth,
I stepped off.
You stepped off the liftgate, but it was at work.
Right.
So if you're on the you're on the clock, right, Kenneth? What were you doing with the liftgate? What were you doing?
I let the lift gate down because I had grabbed some trays of plants to take inside.
As part of your job, right? It was part of your job, right?
Right.
Well, I don't understand this attorney saying it's not job related. That's ridiculous.
Well, wait. Are they saying the surgeries you needed had nothing to do with that injury?
No, the doctor said that he could not say that it was a work-related injury simply because I was on the job and I failed. That's his exact words.
I think I understand what the doctor's saying. I might not agree with it, but Tom, I think they're saying whatever surgery they did had nothing to do with the fall on the job.
Yeah, maybe. I have no idea. I just think it's crazy. I just totally think it's crazy. And you need to, why don't you just get a hold of an attorney anyways? You should never do these on your own, Kenneth. Go to Enton Law or Bendinelli and on the referral list at referralist.com. If you have a problem, call us back. Alan, you have a comment on license tags. Go ahead. What's your comment?
Yeah. Hi, Tom. I live in Douglas.
You got to go to break.
My plates were expiring last month in March.
Yeah.
When I called the county clerk, because I went to the motor vehicle department and they had a sign over there say call this number. So I called that number. They did not give me the option of 90 days. She told me she said go online or mail it or drop by in our drop box. That's it. So that's what I did, and I got the sticker next day, or third day in the mail.
They didn't say anything about extending it.
No, she did not tell me. I told her, I said, this is my...
So you're saying you can do it all online?
online or by mail, or go personally, drive by and just leave it in the drop box, and they will mail you sticker.
And Tom,
Yeah.
I guess that there are some King Soopers that have kiosks, so check to see if your King Soopers has one.
All right, we have more coming up.
All right, gentlemen, you're clear. Tom, you got Frank Duran coming up in about a minute.
So this guy's going to be, he's already had surgery.
All right, it's a short one as well.
I don't know if they think,
Southbound
he said he fell,
Hamden, that off-ramp is closed, so you'll need to exit at either Yale or 225
he's already had
and there's
surgery.
rollover accident
There's
eastbound
no way
from
to
the
tell
F-Lucent, that
what it was
Lucent
before the
off-ramp
surgery.
blocked, and the right lanes of the highway as well, jamming
But
things
he
all the way
just
back
went
to
into
Santa
surgery
Fe, and
himself.
roadwork slowing things down
Well,
along the
apparently,
Turnpike in both directions
you
and
didn't get a
reaching
second
St. Louis.
opinion.
Your forecast
You
for
need
today
to
will
an
be
IMA
sunshine this
after
afternoon,
the
high in the
first
low
doctor.
70s, will cool off to the
You need to get a
mid-40s
second
overnight
opinion,
tonight.
right?
More of the same tomorrow for your Tuesday, sunny and a high of 72. It is 70 right now in Denver. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Janine LaRose, 630 KHAL.
Just because we have to remain apart doesn't mean we can't pull together.
10 seconds still, Tom.
Is here to help members and local businesses during this crisis. If you have questions, email Westeric and...
All right, you are up. Here we go.
Frank Duran, the realestateman.com. Frank Duran is there for you, buying and selling real estate. So, if you need your house sold, get it listed with Frank. He'll set it up and make everything done as much as possible offline or without face-to-face meetings. He can do it online, on the internet, or by FaceTime, or he can do any kind of digital referencing. He can do Zoom. In other words, he can do it remotely, but he can also show your home by appointment safely and securely, and he can make sure you get the right representation. He is open for business, still getting multiple offers, still having closings, actually. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
Hi, this is Dave.
All right, you're clear.
Green Lights. Visit our award-winning 20,000 square foot showroom where you'll find quality and value with Kishler. Whether Kishler or any of our other fine brands, your money maker will take any room from drab to fab.
I have a buddy who's a board certified in Ahmed and does all these workers' comp cases. So if you ever need an expert opinion, let me know.
Remotely, securely, locally owned and operated.
I just don't think this guy
I don't take my recommendations like
No.
Brett Iverson started
Yeah.
with
Well, you know, this is what they do. It's like with the insurance guys. You get hit in a car accident, they'll go back 1,000 years to see if you've ever complained about back pain. So it sounds like that's what this doctor did. You said, look, you know, you have a twisted ankle or a loose, loose bone foot. I don't know if that was there before the accident.
But they didn't say that as long as they could say you had.
Well, they should have gotten a second opinion. That's all.
All it takes on your part is a phone call.
Hey, Tom, next time let me, home investors just sent me an email. They just said,
is there something with my copy?
yeah, they said, also, you can buy, they said, you can interject and you can buy sight unseen, the good descriptive and the virtual appointment, which means you can possibly buy the house with just a video.
If all this craziness has you protecting the ones you care about, don't let it stop when we get through this.
A video and a walk around.
Life insurance shield around your
Without
family.
that inside.
For over 30 years, Term Provider has been providing affordable term life insurance at better prices and with better service, including
They like what you're
policies that
doing.
don't need an in-home
So
exam.
they
As
said
for
that,
Big Lou, he's just like you, spending time at home with his kids too. No matter what your medical history, prostate cancer, heart conditions, high cholesterol, or if you're taking prescription medications, at Term Provider, we can help you find $1 million or more of term life insurance at affordable rates to
you
fit
can buy
your budget. There's
sight
no
unseen with a good
obligations.
description and a virtual appointment.
Call 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. 800-568-2790.
Okay, Marcus commercial, take one. With a Marcus by Goldman Sachs no penalty CD. Wait, there's a typo. A no penalty CD? That can't be right. No, that's right. No penalties.
So, Tom,
take two.
Yo.
Marcus by Goldman Sachs no penalty CD. You get a fixed rate of 1.7%.
Oh, really?
they're saying,
Take three. With a Marcus by Goldman Sachs no penalty
Well, then how is he going to get back to work?
he just sent a email to ask that
even if you withdraw your balance early. Look,
So we postponed it.
The doctor's not available, so they have to
with the markets by
postpone
Goldman
surgery.
Sachs, no penalty CD. You get a fixed rate of 1.7%.
So they're going to be evicted next
No
month then.
penalties if you withdraw your balance early and you keep the interest earned.
They're not supposed to turn off power, Mark, no matter what. They're not supposed to do that.
CD today. You can
I don't know how it works, especially in RV park.
Right, RV park is with the turnaround, may be different. I don't know.
It's, you know, it's the
Yeah,
landlord.
it's landlord, right.
See, the breaker is the main thing, and it's like turning your money, they get a breaker, it's gone.
Soon you might be kicking yourself in the head.
Right.
Rates are at historic lows, so take advantage of our new fast track loan with an
And they don't pay usually month to month, right? They don't pay for electricity, right? That's included, right?
That's right.
In the
Yeah,
rate.
they pay 600 or whatever a month, and that includes a hour.
Financial, a trusted lender for over 20 years. Even if you refinance in the last year, we can still probably save.
I wonder what the hell, how will we go back to work?
Save up to thousands of dollars.
I don't think he will for a long
One minute,
time.
gentlemen. I have great news.
I don't even, at this point, I don't even know.
Why isn't he collecting disability?
Why isn't she working again? I forget.
This severe anxiety, Jesus, I don't know.
So, yeah, you do.
But why isn't he collecting any kind of
Doctors that was at home. Who
No
did-
idea why there's no unemployment, no nothing.
And no disability, short-term, yeah.
Who's just telling this shit?
As we all, 30 seconds, guys.
Maybe they could live in Warren.
Wants to help you pay your bills. Listen for up to 12 chances every day to text and win $1,000. Sponsored by
Maybe they could park at your
on
place.
630 KFL. If you're stuck at home, do what I did and get a new hot tub from Wind River Spas. Hey, it's Ross Kaminsky, and with Wind River Spas, you can build and price your hot tub online, have it delivered right to your home while supporting a Colorado.
All right, here we go, gentlemen.
Spas.com.
All right, you're back.
Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK.
713-8255. Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, so, do we have anybody up? And if not, we'll just talk because we got a lot to talk about, and I invite your calls at 303-713-TALK. Okay, so listen, we're trying to help this couple. We don't mean to be jerks about it, but here's the bottom line. At first, we were told he's having surgery done, and he will be back to work in May. And all they need is April paid. We were willing to do that. And then we find, she said they'd never been late before. Okay, I can see that. They were late last month. Okay, that was a little weird. But now we ask for some kind of proof of his medical condition and that he will be improving. And now we're told they can't do the surgery and it's been postponed. So that means he won't be back to work. I understand what you're saying, people. If you're saying this to yourselves, why don't you just help the couple pay for their rent for this month? What do you care? What we do here at the Troubleshooter Network is try to make our money go a long way, and we try to help people who have a plan to get back on track and not to just plug a sinking ship. I'm serious. Now, I know that sounds cruel, but we all have, what do I say, different purposes. And we've decided a long time ago we were going to have people who, if you needed help, we would help you. And that's what we were going to do. We were going to try to help you any way we could. However, if you fell off the cliff and there's no hope of helping you, we feel like money is almost being wasted because we want to help people get back on track. So we need to work with this couple to see what their plan is and if we can help them pay for next month. So this month is a patch job. What happens next month and the month after? Are they getting a stimulus check? Have they applied for it? What is going on? That is what we're asking. And if you have any ideas on helping people, you can always call us at 303-713-TALK and give us ideas, or 303-MARTINO, and leave a message. Our charge here is to help people any way we can. We do it through listeners who donate. We do it directly. We sometimes help with money. We sometimes help with food. We sometimes help with getting a job. In fact, that's another thing I want to be talking about. If you're out of work, are there jobs available, and where are those jobs available? Maybe we'll make some connections for jobs coming up this week. So join us for everything that you need. Let us be your headquarters for the coronavirus help. Seriously. 303 Martino, it all starts there. Give us a call when you need help and save all your problems for me.
This is Dan Kaplis. You were probably raised by your
All right, see you guys later.
mom and dad raised us. We were taught to fight the good fight, to stand up for what's right, and to do well by doing good.
And there are a lot of different ways to do that. For my dad, it was serving and protecting.
Okay, now take it over.
For 30 years.
Or you just messing with me.
Officer, obviously, that's about as tough as it gets. For me, it's fighting against giant insurance
Were
companies.
you messing? You were grabbing my mouth.
Had their lives turned upside down by a very serious injury or the wrongful
Oh,
death.
there you are there.
And because my firm accepts righteous cases on a percentage basis, we're able to represent good people from all walks of life without regard to whether they can afford to pay us. From the poorest of the poor to police officers, teachers, CEOs,
Yeah.
professional
You want to know,
athletes.
you were going to ask him something?